Hello everyone, this is Rex Red and I am here with another fun tutorial, and we are working in Daz Studio. We are creating HDRIs and editing them so we can get the most out of our HDRIs and shadows, because I noticed when with some HDRIs you put them in the scene and they don't create any shadows, and some HDRIs create mega shadows. And so what if you have an HDRI that doesn't create any shadows, but it's something you want to use? And that is where the dilemma is. It's like, how do you create shadows where you want them? And suddenly I have an eye itch here. It happens even to the best of us. So how do you create shadows? Hello, welcome to this tutorial. We are going to work with HDRIs today. We're going to create shadows, and we're going to work and figure out how to create shadows, okay? So that is the goal today, is creating shadows. Now, if you notice here, good afternoon, Angus, the snow-covered hinterlands. We have some, well, it's a little bit overcast today. It's not incredibly, it's not sunny, but it's not like stormy. It's kind of like just a little bit, it's gray. It's a gray day. It's not a rainy gray day, but it's gray. And we don't have a lot of snow here either. So, okay, so we're going to jump right into this. And why is my monitor crazy like this? Okay, I'm not going to try to fix that, because it's just going to throw everything off like it just did. What is going on here? Okay. All right, there's stuff under my monitor or something here. What? Now I'm trying to fix it, and that's what I didn't want to do. Okay. Can we still have a let's see. Hi, Angus. How are you today? Well, that didn't sound very loud. I'm not sure why. But, okay. So, here we go. So, what is an HDRI? Okay, we have a little bit of a camera here in our scene. We've got to take and fix that. What is an HDRI? An HDRI is an image that's not just a picture, okay? Like you see an image on the internet or something, a picture of somebody, or somebody shares an image. Okay, that's just an image. But an HDRI image actually emits light. Okay, so if you were to hold that image up in front of something, it would shine light. And so what we have in this scene is an image that's black, and it has a white dot in the sky, and that white dot in the sky is casting, so the black is not able to really make light because it's black, and black absorbs light. And so the white dot here creates light, is a light. It's an image that's stretched around the sky and it creates light. So this is what we're working with today. We're going to try, and as you can see with this shadow here, the light creates a shadow, and the computer figures out the rays of the shadow. It figures out the rays of light that they come past here and hit around this, but the sphere blocks the rays and creates a shadow here. But as you notice, this shadow is kind of soft. It's not a very, this is supposed to be called environment. I'm not sure why. Okay. It's creating a soft shadow where it's not hard around the edges. It's soft. It kind of dissipates in a gentle gradient. And that is a soft shadow. So why, and when we look at this sun here up in the sky, where's our sun here? You can see that the way I created this particular sun is I made it soft, gradually get soft, and it's not a very hard, the sun doesn't have an hard edge, so you would assume that because the sun doesn't have a hard edge, that it's not going to create a light that has a hard edge. Is that true? Well, that's what these are the kind of things that we're going to try and figure out, okay? And honestly, yeah, that's my cute little puppy. So sleepy little puppy. Yes, I know, and he talks. He can talk. So that's what we're going to try to figure out today. So what I'm going to do, a lot of this video is going to happen in Photoshop. And I'm a purist when it comes to making videos. I really like to do my videos as much as possible in Daz Studio. I don't like to take and go out to Blender and go out to other programs. But today, we're going to make an exception. And I am fasting today, so please put up with my tea drinking because it's the only thing that's going into my stomach. I'm having some herbal decaf tea. So without further ado, we will go into this. Now what I'm going to do is close this. Save changes, no. Okay, now we're going to open a file. And first I'm going to give you a little bit of background. What I did was, in the Daz store, you can purchase a bunch of HDRI files. And the HDRI, their files, you buy them. And you buy, they're roughly anywhere from $1 for 10 HDRIs, anywhere from that to $20 for 10 HDRIs, or roughly 10, 11, 12, sometimes 15, sometimes even 20 or 100, okay? It all depends on how many HDRIs they want to do. But what an HDRI is, a 360-degree image that puts off light. And this is what we're working with today, are these HDRIs. What I did was I went into my Daz library because I've been buying HDRIs for a long time, and it's been very difficult to find those HDRIs within Daz. If you go and search within Daz, it's just difficult to find them all, and so they're hidden. They're actually not even accessible from within Daz. Many of the ones you buy them and you can't find them. There's no way to find them in Daz. So the only way to find them is to go to your Daz library and type in star, like the star character, That's with the number 8. When you hold shift and you get that star. Dot, which is like a period. And then you go HDR, and it finds every HDR file in your Daz Studio directory, your library. And what you do is you select them all and you copy them. You don't move them. Do not move them. Just copy them, and you put them in another folder on another hard drive. And if you own a lot of them, it will take a while. I have 3,000. Okay, over 3,000. 3,000. And these HDRI files are a minimum usually of 4K, and some of them are even 16 and 24K. Okay, so they are gigantic. That's why you only get about 10 of them when you buy a set, okay? About 10 of them. So you copy every one of them from your Daz library, and if you buy new ones, then you have to go in and get them and copy them, and you copy them into your Daz library. But Windows won't let you view them, and the reason why is they're just too darn big. And for the most case, and some of them are in this Apple format that Windows won't allow you to use to view those Apple files. And some of them are just so big that Windows won't let you view files that are that big also. So there are some things you can download off the internet that help you and make it able for you to download to view them. Now what I've done is I have put one of these programs on my computer, and it allows me to view them, but it only allows me to view the 4K HDR files, and anything above, and it won't let me. These are the Apple ones, these EX, so these are .HDR. You also want to do a search for EXR, star.exr, and copy all of them into your HDRI folder. So what I've done is copied all of my HDRs that I have purchased over the last 6 years into this folder. And as you can see, when I go down through, it shows some of them, but it only shows the 4K ones. It doesn't show any of the Apple ones, so it doesn't show any of these files. And that's the problem. It's like, well, what's this? It says clouds, free clouds. I have no idea what these pictures are. And so I'm unable to view them and see what they are. So what you do is you go into Photoshop and you select all these 3,000 pictures and you batch convert them, okay? And it doesn't ruin the file, okay, itself. What it does is it makes a copy of them and saves it as a JPEG, and you save them as a JPEG. So these same exact files here that are in here, I have in this folder, and they're in a Windows format, and they're JPEGs, so they're much smaller, and so Windows allows me to view every single one of them, okay? So now these JPEGs, they don't put off light. So they're only like, so this folder acts as a, like when you go into a paint store and they show you this catalog of all of these different paints. They don't have every can of paint open and show you what the paint looks like. They just show you what it looks like painted on some little ceramic square or something. And so these are all of those little ceramic squares that show me an image. And so I can click on them and they will open in, and I can view them and say, oops, what did I just do? Okay, I didn't mean to do that. But this is that image in, now this is that JPEG. We don't want a JPEG, okay? What we want here is we want to open some kind of HDR file. And so we're going to go back to the HDR folder, and let's find an 8K HDR file. Let's let's see what this, okay, that's 8K. So I'm going to open this 8K file, and Photoshop is able to read this HK. Now this is only 25%. If I go to 100% here, that's the actual size. So if you look at, oh, it was 100. Let's go back to 100. So you can see now this is pretty detailed. So this is this HDRI file, okay? And my monitor is 4K. So this is like at least 4 times bigger than my monitor size. So that's why we have to scroll around in it to see it. So this 8K file I'm going to now take, and we're going to make it smaller so I can work with it. We're going to just not resize it, but just resize the preview, okay? We're not changing the actual file. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this paintbrush tool, the brush tool, and we're going to go and make this brush black. And I'm going to remember that 511. Okay. We're going to write this down, 511, so I can come back to that. Okay. Because that was a good number. 511. 511. 511. Okay. It may not, see, this is about the size of this sun. So what I'm going to do now is take this brush size, and we're going to make this much larger, like that. And we're going to come in here, and we're going to paint this black. Okay? We're going to paint it so like what I have in, I'm just showing you how to do this. So I picked this brush tool, and I made it large, and if the flow, if it's not painting, then you have to change the flow to 100%, but it will change this, and you just keep going over this until it's not gray or not kind of black or not sort of, don't leave little spots and all. So it's really, really, really black, black, black everywhere in the file, okay? That is black. Now, we didn't just change the original file. We just changed this file in the memory here. Okay, as long as you don't save over it, you're fine. Then what we're going to do here is go back to that 511. 511. There's a, okay. And then we're going to change this to white. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this and boom. Okay, there's our sun. Okay, there's a soft sun. So we've added, and you notice it's not a hard sun because it's got gray around it, and it's not probably white, 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 because if I click again here, it will get whiter in the center. So it's kind of like close to white in the center, but it's not bright, bright. It's not white, white, okay? So we're going to go File, Save As, Save a Copy. You can't save it. You have to save a copy. And now I have this My HDRI Edits. And this is our white soft sun. I'm going to save right over that. Save. Do you want to replace it? Yes. Okay, so we've saved this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this white, white, white. Keep clicking on this. Okay, I think I just edit. We're going to keep clicking on this. Okay. No, I thought, okay, there might be another brush here. general brushes. Okay, hard round. Okay, we're going to click on use this hard round. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's what we want. All right, so we go edit. Let's go back to our black brush, black color. All right, okay. And let's get this out of the... This is so large that my computer just barely struggles. My graphics, two 3090s struggle to paint this in here. Okay, so we're going to make now this one with a very hard boom. Okay, no soft sun, just a very hard. Okay, we're going to file save as, save a copy. Okay, and this is my HDRI edits with a hard sun. Save. Yes. Okay. Now this is our experiment. Now we're going to also, we'll go here and we'll close this. Yes. Save changes to Adobe Photoshop document. No. Now file, now open. We're going to go back to our HDRI folder, and we're going to find something here with a sun in it. Let's see. Let's open this one here. Let's go open this HDR. Now, as you can see, this has a sun, but it's kind of like a wimpy sun. Even in the very center, it's not white. It's kind of, and it's only got a tiny little, all right, this isn't going to work. Okay, file, open. This isn't going to work. I just realized that it's because the sun is too low in the sky. File, open. We want something with the sun. If you have the sun too low on the horizon, it won't create shadows, at least like really, really long shadows, and sometimes it won't create shadows at all because they're too long. So let's find something with the sun sort of up in the sky and not right on the horizon, but where it looks like a sun that's sort of like that. Okay, I need to go into this up into here. We have to go into this new, these HDR. Okay. And now we're going to look for something with the sun up in the sky. Up in the sky. Up in the sky. Okay, we'll find something. So this shows me this one the sun's sort of in the sky. Okay, this one the sun looks like it's up in the sky. Okay, so this one is called, remember we can't use the JPEG, we have to find this title, then go out and do a search in our file for the actual paint can. And there it is, and then we don't load the JPEG, we load the HDR file. And we're going to now open this in Photoshop, and there it is. Now as you can see, this sun is not really very, it's yellow, it's not really white. So what we're going to do is we're going to save this, save as, save a copy, save on the computer, and this is going to be, and we're going to save this in my edits, and this is going to be Dust Storm Sky, and we're going to call this Light Sun. Okay, Dim Sun, we'll call it. Dim Sun. Yeah, and then we're going to go File. Then we're going to come in here and we're going to edit this. Let's make this let's make this smaller here. We've got a hard white thing, and we're going to make this white. And this one is, We're going to call this Bright Sun. File, save as, save a copy. We're going to call this in my HDR edits, Bright Sun. Sun HDR. And then we're going to do another test. We're going to go to that 511 again, was it? 511. And we're going to put a big bright sun here. Okay. We're going to call this hard. File, save a copy. Save on your computer. My edits. We're going to call this big, hard, big sun. And we're going to save that one. And then let's try another one here. We're going to go image. We're going to go, let's try okay, this one's going to be file, save a copy. And this one's going to be called hard giant sun. We want to see what these do in Daz Studio. What is this going to do versus a little sun? What how is that going to affect our that shadow on that little sphere? Is it going to make a soft shadow? Is it going to make a hard shadow? How is it going to affect this? And we're now going to add, I want to do another type of thing here, so we're going to close this. No. And file, open. We're going to try another one here. We're going to go up to our HDR and this into my JPEG folder so I can see them all. And now I'm going to look for something that doesn't have a sun at all, okay? Or much of a sun, okay? And now this right here, if you notice these, the sun has gone down pretty much. And so there's not much sun. This one especially, city sunset. But there's not much sky in there either. Let's see. See, because when you put something in that doesn't have, it's not going to create shadows like at all. Okay, a lot of these won't create any shadows at all because they just don't have anything piercing in the sky to create a shadow like that. So, like this. Let's see. Let's just look down through these. I'm looking for something with buildings in it. Or mountains would do also. You see, this has like no sun. See this sky here? It has no sun at all. It's not going to create any shadows at all. So it's like the epitome of soft shadows. It's like no shadows at all. Everything is going to be just kind of no contrast, kind of in your scene, unless you plop a sun into the sky here. So that is what I think something like this would be very interesting. So let's take this sky 5, copy this, go to HDR, and let's see what happens when we just take that same sky. That's gorgeous. It's like a gorgeous sky with no shadow or anything. So what we do is we just take, and in one side of this, let's say this side here, boom, we create a sun. And let's say, let's undo this. Welcome, John. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. This is a fun tutorial. I hope you enjoy learning in this tutorial. We're going to undo this. And I'm going to go to that and make it a little smaller. 511. You know, you think I might make it a little orange or something, but we just want the effect of the sun, okay? So that we have this big, gigantic thing to create some light here. So this, we can take an HDR. I don't know how long you've been here, if you got to catch the beginning of this tutorial, but I think this is a fun tutorial. So if you missed, all is well. I am doing fine. I'm doing fine. I upgraded my computer. My computer, I had some problems with it. It was like jerky, especially when I would scroll down through my Daz items. It would like hitch and keep hitching. So I bought an 18-core processor from Amazon. It's an Intel 18-core extreme processor. Yeah, watch the beginning because there's a ton of really awesome information in a very little area. And I think you'll find it very, very interesting at the beginning. So just after this is done, watch the beginning. We are in Photoshop editing HDRI files, HDR files. So we're going to put this sun here, and we're going to go save a copy. We're going to save this on the, and we're going to call this sky, okay, with hard sun, medium, okay, so sky 5, save. All right, let's just double check this is all correct. No, I have to put this in here. This is going to give us some things to test out. Yes, it is a beautiful sky, and the problem with this sky is if you put it in your scene, you're not going to get any shadows because there's nothing. It's just going to like be blah. Like it won't. If you have trees like in your scene, if you have like trees in your scene, this sky won't create any shadows through the trees and on the ground. And so you won't get that kind of, and if you put an atmosphere, you won't get those rays of any sun coming from any direction because there is no sun. So what you do is you bring this into, this is my idea and we're testing this out, is you bring this image into Photoshop and you just add a sun, and I could take and feather this, take and use a different brush, like this feather brush, and put a soft sun in as well. So you have those two options of putting in a hard sun or a soft sun. And we're so I'm wondering if this hard sun. Okay, so we go edit, undo brush tool, edit, and let's put this soft sun in here as well. So we go now file, save a copy, save on your computer. Yes, I'm hoping this has a, okay, so we're going to call this copy V. We're going to call this soft sun. So we can test these out. Soft sun, medium, there. That gives us this awesome sky with a soft sun. And I think I'm going to do one more. Save changes. No. File. Open. Now we're going to go to this HDR. Go to my JPEG copies of all of my HDRs. And I'm going to try one of these building ones here with buildings. Yeah, these buildings, we'll get one of these that doesn't look like, this one doesn't look like it has a sun. So we're going to call that, copy this name and search for it in my HDR folder. V, and there it is. Let's open this HDR. I hope I'm doing this right. If I do something wrong, it won't work. So there is a sun here. This maybe this isn't what I'm looking for. Let's see, open, and let's go to my JPEGs again. Let's see what this is. Open. No. Okay, see, this doesn't have a sun in it. Open. So if you put this in your scene, this does has a tiny sun. So what does that mean when the sun is small, tiny? What kind of shadows does that create versus a gigantic sun in the sky? And that's the question. That's what we're going to try to answer with this study here that we're doing. What's this? Open this one. Let's see what this is. Okay, that's one of those. That has a sun in the sky. The question is, that's a very soft sun. Okay, this is a city here. This one has a sun in the sky. Look at this. Now, this city does not. It's just got this really whited out. Let's see what these look like here. Open. Okay, it's just the sky itself is very... It does look like it has a sun up here. Okay, okay, here we go. Let's try, what about this one? Open this one. Okay, doesn't look like there's much of a sun here. So let's use this one. So we're going to go here, copy, HDR. So the reason why I'm using this HDR is because what if you have an HDR and you like the HDR and you want to put it in your scene, and there's that awesome HDR, but there's no but you need it to cast shadows from some certain angle. And this is why we're doing this. So we're going to take and just put let's switch our brush to the hard one and go here. Let's put it, doesn't matter if it's on the building, because it's going to be off to the side of your scene. Say you want this center area in your scene, but you want the light coming from the side of your scene or from the back or any angle. So we're going to go and save this file, save a copy. See, I don't know how these are going to work. And so we're going to set up some scenarios so we can really test them. So save on your computer, and we're going to go into my HDR edits, and this is hard sun and medium sun. Okay, that's correct. Now we can close this down and we go into Daz Studio. Now what I have here in Daz Studio set up is a sphere which allows us to look and really see what these skies are doing, but I also have another scene, so I can take the plane out and the sphere out, and I can bring in this tropical scene, and this allows us to see what the sun, what kind of, how the shadows and all work with this. Because if the sun is up above, like this sun that we've created, if it's up above your camera frame, then it doesn't matter that it's just a round. But if you get these beautiful long shadows on the ground from your, and that's the thing is now we're gonna go now into the environment here, and I'm gonna load a few of these environments, and you're gonna see exactly how kind of useless a lot of these environments are, because they just don't cast any kind of, now you look and say, okay, like, let's find a daylight. Well, this city sunset, let's just try this. And we put this in the scene, and it's really, really bright. So let's take this environment down to 1. And see, this has there's like hardly any shadows. There's nothing distinguishing this. And now if I move this around, I rotate the dome, it's kind of like a blah scene. And what it does to this here is just, it doesn't create any shadows. And so that's the thing, is that if you want to have, you want drama, you want dramatic things. And let's turn this off here for a moment. And let's turn the back on our sphere, and we have to go out at Iray and back in for that to disappear. Okay, and now we get to see there's no shadow at all. See, so you end up you have all these HDRs that don't create any shadow at all, and so it's kind of like useless if you need something dramatic. So what you have to do is do something to turn this scene into something dramatic that creates a drama to your scene. And now we're going to go back to this. I don't know, I think I have to hold the shift to turn it all on. We're going to turn the plane and the sphere off. Now I'm going to try and find an HDR that has this built-in drama. So what we'll do is we'll select our environment, and we'll go up here into this environment map again, and we'll browse. And I think I know a few of them, but let's see what this one does. No, see, no drama at all. This is like this beautiful, you have this beautiful map, and you'll see what I mean by drama, okay? No drama at all, okay? So there's just no beautiful shadow and lighting kind of effect. And all of a sudden, you'll grab one of these. Let's see what this is. and you'll see the difference. Now this one sort of has an effect, but let's rotate this dome, and I think we'll find that this one sort of has, but no, it's not. This isn't. You wait and see what I mean by the drama. Okay, so let's go now up into browse. I'll find one and you'll see what I mean. I can't see these, so what have we got here? Okay, I think I have to look this way through my JPEGs and find one here and then load it in with okay, come on. Where are you? I should have remembered the one that I was using that was giving me that, but I don't remember which one it was, so I have to just kind of try a few of these until we find one that does it. I'm getting down to the bottom. I am at the bottom here. If you can believe it or not, I just went through 3,000. It has to be one with a sun in it. How about we try this one here? Where was that? Let's see what this does. Let's just copy this file. Copy. See, we have to just try a bunch and see. And then all of a sudden you'll see what I mean by drama. Now that's kind of there, but no. Okay, let's spin this around though and see what happens if the shadows. Now notice this. See, notice how the shadows, there we go. See the drama here. See what this is, and you see this is what I take my pose Daz character into view so I can control all the aspects of the environment. I find Daz too involved to create environments. That's interesting. Now, I've never used view Eon softwares. Okay, I'm going to look into that. See, I have like this aversion to. Yes, do you see what I'm saying now about the effect of shadows and creating shadows and having the right HDRI file? And suddenly you have this, then you can bring lights in here and you can light areas, but you have a staging area. Yes, I've seen view mentioned in some of the Daz assets that are for sale, that it says like for view only and kind of things like that. I maybe one day I looked into it, but I don't recall anything about it. But that's very interesting. I have like an aversion about exporting. maybe it's an apprehension about exporting Daz models into other programs, because I've done it so many times and it didn't work right, and I didn't set the and then it's like, and they don't have the textures right, and they come back in, or they're frozen and they lose all their bones and all these. It's like something that's way over my head, and it's something that I wish I could do, like exporting them into what's that program? The one where the big one where you edit, not Blender, but the really expensive one. It's like $900. I looked into it today. $900 for a perpetual license. What's that called? It is called ZBrush. So this is what what I'm trying to do now is take a blah 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 boring kind of a boring HDR and put some sun into it, so that I can take and have this awesome background and have this kind of, and notice that these shadows here, that these are soft shadows, but some of them are hard. Here, some of these look hard around the plants, but then the trees have soft shadows. And what causes that? Yes, see, so this is what this is what a scene often calls for. And if you just take this particular scene and you compare that to the other HDRs that just don't create any shadows at all, but you may have an HDR that has this awesome background, but none of this beautiful shadowing. And this is what we're trying to do, is we're trying to figure out how you can take a blah, 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 a really blah, boring, and it's not that they're boring. They could be the most beautiful HDR, like you said, those skies that we had that had no sun in them at all, but they were gorgeous, but they're not going to create any of that lighting effect. And so we have we're also going to work with distant lights. So we're going to bring some of these boring ones in and just throw a distant light in and see if we can create this effect with a boring, and boring isn't the right word. Let's just say with an HDR that doesn't have a strong shadowy lighting effect. So how can we create that lighting effect and still use the HDR of our dreams, okay? That's what this tutorial is about. That's what this delving into this is all about. So let's get to loading some of those HDRs that I created and see what the hard sun, what the soft sun, what the big sun, what the little sun, what these things do to our shadows here. And then we'll learn how to alter so let's take this really beautiful one with this red sky. Let's bring this in first. And you see now we have this gorgeous sky, no shadow effect. See, and that's the problem here, is that there's no shadow effect. So what do we do to fix this? So let's rotate the dome. And you see that big sun that I put in the sky isn't doing anything. It looks like it might be putting... See, so it doesn't seem like this is working. Now, if I go up and look in the sky, it's here somewhere. Let's see. Let's bring the camera way up in the air so we can look up without the ground. getting in our way. There it is. So it's in the sky, and the sun looks like it's shining, but the thing is, and it looks bright, but it doesn't look like we're getting any intensity from it. So what we have to do is go into our HDR here, File. Now let's double check, and so this would be intensity, environment to intensity. Now we have a couple of things. Now this is going to go into something that I don't, okay, go back to the camera view. This is our camera view that I don't really understand a lot about. And so what we do is we take and go into the environment intensity. And what if we bring this intensity up to like 3? See, so that kind of ruined our sky because we wanted a dark sky. So let's go back to 1. And what happens when we go into this environment map and we go that up to, let's take that up to 5. See, that kind of did the same thing. It didn't give us a sun. So let's go back to 3. And lighting resolution, let's go up to 2000 and see what happens here. See, so this is not working the way I wanted it to work. And when I go down ground reflectivity, let's try changing that to white. This is environment, ground glossiness. Ground shadow intensity, let's go to 5. Or let's go to 50. Okay, now this I think is the ground that has the drawn ground on the HDR. This is not this ground. And we know that this ground already responds to shadows because and this scene, if you put the right HDR into it. See, so this is the dilemma that that my brain is trying to get around. Okay, is how can I use this sky? So what we're going to do is we're going to take and try a different approach. We're going to try to add in a distant light and see if we can get this effect with a distant light. So we're going to take this distant light and we're going to give it, let's say, a 9. And what if, and let's just take it so it's not so white. Let's do a yellow kind of distant light, or maybe an orange. And now what happens when, now this distant light, we have all of these parameters that go with it. And let's see, photometric intensity. Now what I don't see here is on the distant light, photometric mode. Okay, shadow type, none. Deep shadow matte. Rachel, let's go to deep shadow matte. Now let's take this distant light and look through it. And you can't make the distant light closer. It's only has one distance to it. And I can't tell. So we have to go back to our camera and see this now. See, this gives us our sky and it gives us the shadows that we want. Okay, so this idea of putting a sun, I mean, it's a good idea. I haven't been able to get it to work. So this gives us the sun. That look at this shadow map deep shadow map. What if we turn that off? Well, it doesn't look like it does much difference to turn that off or on. The ray traced. So they all look about the same. I think the deep shadow map looks best. And this gives us that shadow thing that we want. Now, we go to the distant light, and this was Y translate. What's this? Rotate. Y rotate. Let's rotate it a little more, and we can throw these. Now you can see this. See these little arrows that tell you in your scene which way the light is coming from. And look at this beautiful. Notice now with my new processor, I can actually move this and rotate this in Iray and see like what it's kind of doing in Iray. So this is, and so you can bring it in right from the side a little bit. So if you want those kind of, this kind of effect in your scene, you've got your distant light is probably the best way to do this. Then you can take this environment. Let's go to the environment map. And let's go, this is called Sky 5. Browse. Let's go to Sky 5. Let's take this Sky 5 1830. Let's find the one without the sun that I put in. So we'll go here. 1830. This one right here is the HDR. Yes, it does. And it's so this, it was, I don't know whether if it was drivers. And so I put out a video last night, I believe, or the night before on, it might have been last night. It's hard, I can't remember. I think I worked on, might have been the night before, but I put out a video about the processor and about benchmarking your computer and making sure that your computer is running, because you can be using your computer for years and not realize that your computer is only running at 2%. And so you have to go in and you have to install drivers. If you have problems, if you watch that video, John, and you benchmark your computers, and I'm not assuming you could know more about this stuff than I do, but if you run into problems and you do the benchmark that I tell you about in that previous video, if you do the benchmark and you find problems like your computer was like mine was like in the 2 percentile. It was only running at like 2%, my processor. And so if you run into problems like that, you can leave comments and say, I've been trying to get my computer to average out and it's not working. What can I do? And I can give you some suggestions in the chat. And in the you don't have to do it in the chat. You can do it in the comment section. And I always read every comment that anybody leaves on my channel. Every comment, every single comment, I always read. So this is the way to do it. So we have this preload scene. Yes, see, it was the first time I had done the benchmarking because it hadn't occurred to me to do that. And now in this environment, I think I've got an idea. Let's try changing the tint to like red for the sky. And you see, now this is really nice because we can take, and that might be a little too red. Let's take this down a little bit like that maybe. That's still too red. Yeah, so it just lets you know if there's some kind of, so now we can take this distant light and we can try to match things up with it. And so we have this color of orange. Let's go with the red and bring it down a little bit. And see, so it matches things up. And so now, so this this is the way that you can take any environment that's boring, that's not giving you your lighting drama, and you can go into there. I don't know why that image seems to look so beautiful on my computer, but when I put it into the scene, it just doesn't seem to do anything. Now we take and put in another HDR, like one of these building ones. And let's turn this distant light off and see, this is what we get without the distant light. And that's why I say it's boring. You see, because it's like, wow, that's a beautiful, and you could brighten up the HDR in the background. You can only do so much, but this is what happens when you turn on the distant light, is you get this kind of drama in your scene that is just amazing. So let's go and do an orange here, make it really pretty. So there we go. So this is, and you can have more than one distant light in the scene. I think I've figured out my dilemma, because my dilemma was, before I started this video, my dilemma was this. Because it's like I want to use that HDR in the background. It's like the perfect mountains. Okay, let's find some mountains and put them in the background. And there's just so many HDRs that are not going to provide that, whatever that is, that particular HDR. And see, that I haven't answered my question yet. It's like, why did that HDR have that distance light effect? And these ones have a sun in them, but they are not creating that distant light effect in the scene. So what differentiates, and you can see the method to my madness is that I'm trying to take these boring HDRs and put a bright spot in it and create that effect right in the HDR without the distant light. And the distant light works, but why can't it be just right in the HDR file? What makes the HDR file do that? And that's what I don't understand. And if anybody comes into the comments and they do understand, like you say, that the HDR file has to have something turned on in order for it to emit that kind of light. And the thing is that what you can do is you can take this HDR file and you can put it on the inside of a cylinder, or you can put it inside of a sphere, or on a plane. And then you can load the same HDR file into the emission, and turn it into an emissive. Then you actually have, see, that's why this environment is not as detailed as the Iray emissive. Okay, let's do that. Let's take and turn off our dome, and our distant light is turned off. Now we're going to put a plane, create a plane, and the sphere would be on the X positive. Oh, that's a sphere. We don't want a sphere. We want a plane. Create a plane. A plane on the X positive. I don't think we need 200. Let's go 100. Let's go 50. Okay, there's our plane. I always put it in the wrong way. I can never figure it out. Okay, so we're going to go into this mode. And then we're going to take this Y. Okay, we're going to rotate it Y. Okay, that would be 90 degrees. And then we're going to turn on our light here. And Z, we're going to move it back. Oh, that's Z rotate. We don't want to do that. Edit, undo. We just want to Z translate it back into behind our scene here. Far enough so that our light, okay, well, we want it actually to be able to light things. And then we'll scale it on the X. Okay, that didn't work. Edit, undo. Scale it Z. Okay, there, that covers our scene. Now let's take this plane and put an HDRI on it. So we go into our surfaces, base color, select this, and let's find those really beautiful sunsets that were. Well, let's find just a sunset. Anything. One of these really dull, boring. I got to do this through. Okay. They're all they're not, I wouldn't say boring. They're just, they don't put out the light the way you would think they would. And okay, so this is just to show, okay, this right here it's a nighttime one, but let's put this on here on the plane. Now this is called what? This is called T-Sol Nighttime F. Okay, so we're going to now put this on our emission color. Browse. Okay, this is T-Sol. That's it. And we're going to turn this to white so it emits. And then we're also going to put this on our luminance. DT-Sol. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we'll move the sun up a little bit. So let's take our environment. Welcome, Ted. Welcome. We are in a deeply into. We're going to turn the scene only. Environment tint. I don't know if that will turn that black. No, it didn't. So let's go into this environment tab and let's put a backdrop here and put the black. Welcome. Long time no see. It's nice to have you here. Very nice. So it's still not black. Why didn't it go the background? Backdrop. Okay, let's go to dome and scene. Okay, this has got to go to none. None. I have to do the, okay, draw the dome. Environment tint. I can never figure, I have to do this every time. Until I figure it out. Okay, I think it's doing it, but it's just not showing it. Let's see, go to 0. Let's go to Iray. Okay, I can't really tell, but what we're going to do now is take this background image, scene that we've put in the this plane, and let's take and turn on, go into surfaces, and now we can add some luminosity to it. And see, this is something you can't do with the, and so if you want it plain, if you want it spherical, you can put this inside this HDR inside of a sphere. So let's go to 9 and put a 9 there. Now let's go to another 9. And let's bring this sun up in the sky a little bit. This is how you get the most incredible. There's our plane. Let's see the plane. We can do this by moving it up. Okay, moving the plane up. What's nice is you can actually see the plane in texture shaded mode. Now we're going to go with our plane. That's the wrong plane here. Plane and parameters. Y translate. X translate. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make this over like this, and then we'll move it with on our surfaces paint. We'll move it with the X offset, horizontal offset. Oh, that's okay. I've got something messed up. So the vertical offset. And what we have is we got vertical tiles. So let's take and it's stretched like that. So let's bring this over. And vertical offset. And then what we have to do is take our plane, go back to parameters, and scale it a little more. Scale it some more. Scale it. Then we can come back into our surface here and offset it. I hope that was helpful. The optimizing the PC one was helpful because I I found out my PC was far from optimized, and so I needed to do that. There we go. Let's see what this looks like. Now, I think I have to move the sun higher to create a shadow that comes down. Tile. Yeah. So that one, thanks for watching that. Even when I'm not here, it's nice to know that people watch it when I'm not live. That's very nice, Ted. Okay, horizontal. We got to bring this sun up, or else it's not going to shine down and create a downward. That's what somebody said in the Daz forums. There we go. Now we have some shadows here. And now our distant light, remember, is not turned on. So this is how you can take your HDRs and create some kind of because it allows you to set the luminance, which is the actual light rays that are coming off of the image. So if we take this luminance and we give it even some more, like a 5 here, see that even created more of this effect. Now, if I take this image out of the luminance and say none, watch what happens. It blows the sky right out, okay? That's why it's important to put this image, to put your image in with the luminance as well, or it will blow the sky right out of. And if you have ever tried to use fire, like to go and like a campfire or a fireplace in Daz, where you go to use the fireplace, and then you go into the light and you turn up the light, the fire, and the lumens of the fire, and the fire all of a sudden just turns white. And it's like, well, that wasn't what I expected. Well, you have to take and go in and put the fire images into your luminance. And then you can get this really deep red fire that puts off like an unnatural amount of light. And that's how you take a fire. And so you mess with these a little bit. The emission color, we could go and make this a little bit red here. See, so you can do all kinds of interesting stuff with this. This is the way to go. I think what I've done is I've got my image sideways. So this looks like this is a sideways. So if I take, I may have a long ways, a long ways, and I think I've stretched it sideways. So let's take this plane here. And how would we do that? We would, oh, I have to turn the plane. Okay, so we take and rotate the plane along the, let's go into, what would be along the X? Yeah. So let's rotate it this way. That would be 90 degrees. And then we can stretch it the right way, scale it along this way, and Y scale it, Z scale it. Now we don't have to take this. Let's move the plane this way, translate it over this way maybe. This gives us, this is the way it's supposed to be. So now let's try this, and we're going to have these shadows coming straight across. See, this is the effect. And that might be just even a little too bright, but now and because this is this surface, this we're talking about this is a surface, you have your base color, your diffuse, you have overlay weight, you have translucent, all on this sky. None of those are available in your environment tab. None of them. All you have is this intensity, and that's it. So it's really most times, if you really want to have this massive scene and massive control of your sky, and also if you've ever rendered a scene and your sky, when you get the scene all rendered and you look at the sky and the sky looks blurry, like, because when you stretch even like a 16K image all the way around your scene, it's still going to be blurry. You have to go up into like 24K to get this really, really, really detailed sky. So why not take that HDR file, put it on a plane, and get some real detail out of it by just put that 8K along just a plane in front of your scene instead, or put a sphere around your scene, and then what you do is you tile it so that so that the majority of the HDR, it still has that cylindrical look, but the majority of the HDR is in front of your camera. And then you can utilize that 8K image to make a really, really beautiful scene. When you put skies like this in an image, this is where you get a really this is where your image pops and people say wow, because you have this kind of sky on a plane. So I've been using skies on planes for years, because it's just, you know, if the sky isn't really the subject of the scene, then I'll just use an HDR and say, okay, this is fine. But and then you can put your subject up in here and put spotlights on them and light them completely independent from the scene, but you have this scene in behind you that is absolutely just amazing. So this all worked so well. Now the sun is, I would say, too washed out, so and how to fix that, I'm not exactly sure. Let me see. Let's go back into here, and we have now our base color. So we have all of these kinds of things. So what we can do is add this to our let's add the same scene to our translucency. Okay, and we can bring this translucency weight up. And this gives us now a translucency color, and we can darken it a little bit. And let's make this kind of black. Base color. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Glossy color. Let's add this to the glossy color and just see what happens when we start adding these. And then we'll take and darken the glossy color. That didn't seem to be too glossy roughness. That didn't seem to darken. See, the sun is just like, I mean, the moon, I guess, or sun. I'm not sure what that is. It's just not, it's too bright. So the emission temperature, we can bring this now. Now, see, now that does something there. Brings it down a little bit. It's a very solar kind of scene. This is just... The skies of Radiance are my very, very favorite skies. I get so many really, really, really nice renders out of them. And this is the way to get them even more out of your skies of Radiance, is by doing this kind of thing. So this, you bring that down a little bit. This is just absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. Let's do a quick render of 2000 here. Let's just see what this looks like in a bigger render. Get tired of seeing my scene through a keyhole. This should render probably like, yeah, we're already up to 50 iterations. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, this is amazing. I would say the moon's a little bit stretched, so we bring it in a little bit, but this looks like a photograph. It looks like it just has that, because the sky looks so detailed. This, I really would wish the artist who made the skies of Radiance would make some more of that skies of Radiance grouping, because I know they've made a bunch of other skies, but, and you know what, I wonder how they made them. What program did they use to make them? because they, you can look at them and say, well, they're not real, but they don't look like something that was just photographed. They look like they were made in Bryce or something. Excuse me, I'm fasting today, so I have to drink something or put something in me. Or now they don't look real, but they look dramatic, and they look more dramatic than a lot of skies. And so I'm not sure really how they made them. I would love to know what program they used to generate these clouds. There are so many little industry secrets that now we go to this plane again, and we can bring this. I would say the moon is a little bit okay. Now you see these shadows here. They're very soft. How do you make them hard? See, these are things I don't know how. What if I wanted to have them very hard shadows? Dimension theory? Wow. Oh, dimension theory is the artist. Yes, okay. I was saying, what program is that? Like, okay, I got to look it up now. So I just wonder what program they were made in. That because I want more of them, and I wrote in the forums, the Daz forums, I posted all three of those, the set. They have the nighttime, they have the red one, and they have the skies and the red. It all in that set, the bundle. And I said, please give us more of these skies, these kinds of skies. Please give us more of them. And so far, they haven't come out with anything. I would wish they would just extend that particular. So this probably horizontal now works. That's why it didn't work before. Okay, so the horizontal tiles, this is what we want to do, is make it a little bit more round, or even like that. And so there's a lot that I don't understand. I try to make things that are complicated as simple as possible. So like setting up a background like this. Setting up on a plane and showing you the things, but then when you look at this and you say, well, we've got the glossy, what the things we can do to this plane now that we have all of the Iray PBR diffuse roughness. What do these do? I mean, I know what diffuse roughness does when it comes to shine and all. Well, and adding. So we can add this image to the diffuse roughness as well. And look at the light that's coming off of this sun onto the water. So this would there's no other light in the scene shining onto this plane, so we're not dealing with like a shiny surface or anything that would change that. Now the translucency color doesn't seem to be changing when I do this, and I have this set at high. So there's something, it's probably because it's being complete. All of these settings are overridden by these down here, by the luminance. And so now if we take this cutout opacity down, then we're going to have the black from our scene show through. We take that off and the scene is black because the VDB cloud collection in Dimension Theory, it was really nice of him or her, I'm not sure. It was very, very nice of them to take that cloud collection, and they put the collection out first, and it was not, they were not VDB, and then he turned around, or she turned around and also turned all of those clouds into VDB clouds and offered the update for free. And they have a lot of other products, cloud products and effects products and things like that. And I really wish that they would that they would turn those into VDBs as well. So I can't get enough. As soon as as soon as they came out, I would purchase them, and he wouldn't have to offer them, or they wouldn't have to offer them for free. I would pay for them because they're just it's an amazing. So this is really nice. Now, luminance unit. Now, okay, there's so this is two-sided light. We just doesn't matter that it's shining in the background. Now, I got that yellow because I added this. So now this translucency weight, if I turn this on, this translucency color, so this isn't coming through at all. So there must be something here in the down further that's blocking that. Now the emission color. Oh, because we went to the temperature. That's what we did. That's how we got that to be a little more yellow. We brought the temperature down. So now if we bring this luminance up more, let's add another 9, make it really bright. And you see these shadows are still very soft. Now the problem with using this plane is that you can't use a distant light, because the distant light, as soon as it hits behind the plane will block it. And what you can do now is you can remember a few videos back we used those scripts on planes and on planes to make the plane invisible. So we could take this plane and duplicate it, and then we could bring the luminance down on this plane to exactly where we want it, like say here, and then we could duplicate the plane, set it in front of this, then then run that script on it, and the script makes the plane in a ghost light, but it still has the same image on it. Then you can turn the luminance up on the ghost light and make the plane. Oh, take care, John. Take care. Thank you for watching this far. I think I'm only going to be here a little while longer. I think I've pretty much exhausted this subject of the HDRs. So thank you for watching and hanging out with us and participating in the chat. And you take care. You have a wonderful day, and I will see you hopefully again in another upcoming video soon. Very good. You take care. Have a lovely day. Very lovely. So there we go. So you can put another plane in front of this. And then what you would do is set the plane to single-sided so that it doesn't shine back at the other plane. So it only has a single-sided, one-sided. And I assume, okay, so when I turn this two-sided light off, let's see if we rotate the plane, this plane 180 degrees, if it's shining on the other side. No, I don't think. No, John is very busy. He's usually when he comes in, he only has a little bit of time, usually in little spells, and then he's off. He has a very busy life. At least I've derived that from that. So no, Ted, you didn't drive him off. So you're a very pleasant person, Ted, and I'm sure John enjoys having you here and participating as well. And everything that you've said has all been very helpful in adding to the chat and to this whole video. You're adding all kinds of awesome information, so that's very good. So now let's turn this off for a moment. Let's see, I think this would be, which one do we need to rotate in order to rotate this around? No, it's not that one. Edit. Z. No, it's not that one, so it's X. X rotate. So let's flip this around like that. And 180 degrees. And now let's see if this is one-sided. Yeah, so it is. So when we flip this around X to 0, the other side shows no light. So then we go 180. And now we have a one-sided light. So if we were to take this plane, now see, I've forgotten where those darn, I'm in the build. Okay, let's see. There, are they down? What are they? They would be in the scripts. Okay. Let's duplicate this plane. Edit. See if I can remember how to do this, because I'm not really good at this now. Let's take plane 3. Let's move plane 3 a little bit in. So let's turn plane 2. How do I tell which way? Okay, let's go to the perspective view and go to plane 3. Which way would be Z? I can't see. Z. Yeah, let's just move plane 2, plane 3 in a little bit. And then let's go to our camera view. Back to our camera view. Now we go down into scripts. Scripts. I don't think they're here, actually, now that I think of it there. Oh, I know. I remember now where I put them. The Daz. Miscellaneous stuff. Here it is. Now I'm starting to remember here. See, I don't remember now how these work. Okay, those methods are examples. So what we do is we just take this plane and we give it this property and we give it that property. Let's make sure they worked. Okay, and then we go to the parameters. There should be a new, ghost light factor. Okay, visible to primary rays. This one. And then we go here. Why does that keep opening up? Yes, the No, yes, the plane. I think you missed something, Ted. What I did was I took and inserted a plane into the scene. This is really a fun kind of thing, and as you can see, this sky is gorgeous. It's just more detailed and gorgeous than generality. And so what I did was I put a plane in the scene, then I loaded an HDR image, an HDR, not a bitmap, an HDR image onto the plane. Then I loaded the HDR image onto the emission. Then I loaded the HDR image onto the luminance. All three of them, okay? So that when now by adding this other plane here, duplicating the plane now, and putting this in front of this, what this does is, and this is a two-sided light, so it's only, and I have it off, so it's only emitting light in front of it. And so I moved the plane that's in front ahead a little bit. And now when we go to our perspective view, we have two planes here. You see, they're both in front of each other. One is in front of each other. Now, I've forgotten how to use this. It puts two properties here for this plane. This is our ghost light plane. And it has the same image. It has the illuminance, but it should become invisible. And so I have to look at the parameters here. Plane 3, visible in simulation. One of these, visible. I've forgotten how to use this. It's just, this is the other one, the ghost ray light fact. Oh, we have to set this to anything above 1. So let's just set it to 2, I think it was. If I recall, now there's a surface thing. It adds something into the surfaces as well. I thought. I don't see anything here. Maybe it shows up, it only disappears in. Okay, let's we can go down to our, there's a way to test this. Is now go into Iray. And when I turn up the luminance on this plane, it should brighten the scene but not change the color of the plane in back of it. So if we've got this right, when I go and turn this luminance up to like add another 9 to it, yes, see, it did that. Now it's brightening the scene, another 9. But you notice the background, it's not brightening the image, the sky in the background. So I can add another 9 here to this. I can make it really bright, but then I can take this plane in the background and I can lower the luminance to that. See, and make the background very dark. Yes. So now, okay, so we can go up to just add this 9 back to this. So let's take a look back at this plane here in through perspective view. And you see what I've done is I've created this plane, but the light that you're seeing shining off of here is from the invisible plane that's a duplicate of this plane in front of this. So it's a way of me shining the light from this plane. Now we bring it down a little bit. It's a little bit exaggerated. And so it's shining the same lighting from, like, the moon. You can see the direction of the moon. The moon is here. It's not over here. So it's coming from this source. The light is coming from this source. It's coming from all the white areas in this. It's become the light source. But it is only, and it's not shining back onto the because it's a one-sided light. So it's only shining ahead. And then I can do really weird things like change the color. I can just make it really red. Now we go back to our scene, back to our camera, and the sky is still the same color. It's still the same color, so I can independently set the sky the way I want this and say, oh, this is a little bit high for the emission. Let's go to like 4. But the color is actually coming from the plane in front of it. And I can make it redder. See, so this, and we have the shadow effect. And let's go to 3. And let's make this a little bit less pigmentized. Bring it down a little more. So there, that is another aspect of this. Let's save this file. And so we'll do this again. We'll take this plane here and let's put a different HDR on it. So we're going to go here now. This is a plane, so it's a surface. So we go up into here. I don't think we need the translucency weight on here because it's doing nothing. So let's just get rid of this image. Oop. None. And the diffuse roughness, let's say none. So we keep this simple. Base color, so we put it, and we don't need it on the glossy. None. This is our main plane here. And the emission color and the luminance. Those are the 3 places where you load the HDR onto your image, okay? So we go here to browse. Let's find another HDR. So these blue hour, they're just really beautiful skies, but they don't put off a lot of light. And if you brighten them up, then they're not blue hour anymore. So this is how you do this. You take the blue hour and put it on the luminance as well. So now you have this blue hour sky. But now on our plane, we want to do the same thing. Okay, put the blue hour on it. On our ghost light plane, let's turn this down to none and none. So we're just only going to put it on our base color. Blue hour, put it on there. Put it on our gloss. We don't want it on there, so none on there. I just put them on because I was trying to mess with things. And then let's put this on our emission color, blue hour, and our luminance image. And now you're going to see it's going to put out browse. Okay, blue hour. We got this red in here. Let's turn this to white. And then let's turn down the emission. Okay, the emission temperature is low. Let's bring it up to kind of like a reasonable blue hour color. And then bring the luminance down a little bit. This is our second plane. Okay, that's a little bit strong. I mean, a little bit low. This is the plane that's putting off the light. Now, what we don't have is are any shadows, because there's no really big brights. So what I would say is, let's turn this distant light on. And you see it's coming in from around the side of the plane. And so now our distant light we're using the distant light to create the dramatic shadow effect. So we can go into the parameters of the distant light. I think I have a red. Let's turn this to a blue, like a bluish color instead. Well, that's kind of green. Let's go more into the blue. And this gives us some kind of effect. You can use several distant lights and give each one of them a different color. Let's go with, oh, look at that. Let's go with more with the purple. There we go. So, and this gives you then your dramatic lighting effect. Now, how to make the shadows more intense? I'm not sure exactly how. Diffuse only. Okay, now that looked like it. On illumination, and we have this intensity. Oh, that might be the intensity of these little oh no, it's the intensity here. Okay, so that would be the same as like saturation. Of our color. And we can warm the temperature a little bit, or make it colder. A little more blue. Bring it down a little bit to like 2. So this is these are just ways to do stuff with your skies that are. Now let's pick another HDR. Let's just kind of reinforce what we're doing here. So we go to surfaces, onto our plane, first plane. We only have 3 colors that we have to, 3 places where we load the map. Now if you change the map tiling on one, then you have to change it into the same tiling on the other. So let's see what we have here. Something that'll give off some color. All right, well this right here doesn't put off much. Let's use this city scene. And so it's not going to put off a lot of light, but it's city sunset. There we go, city sunset. Where's the other one? City sunset. There's our luminance. Now this on this city sunset here, we can turn this luminance down. Well, more. It's not needed as a light source because the plane in front of it is the light source. Let's go to like 5. So this plane is our light source. So let's turn off our distant light for a moment. Okay, okay, now our distant light still has the other map on it. So we're going to go now to the surfaces of the distant light. And now we're going to put, see how blue that is? Because the image that's on our invisible ghost light is this HDR. So we go to the sunset, and slowly as we bring these on, it's going to broadcast or emit these colors. There we go. And now our luminance here. Sunset. There we go. And so now we can take this. We have an ocean here, a water plane. Now we can take this plane here, and we can mess with these. So the emission color, we could make this into like an orange. And change, and see, it's not changing our background image because it's a one-sided light pointing into our scene. And then we turn on our distant light to create our shadow effect. And then we take and go to our go to the parameters of the distant light and take and make it into some kind of yellow or something. This yellow effect. So this is without this distant light, it's boring. It's just a boring, dull little scene. And you put this distant light on, and you create these long shadows, and suddenly you have something magical. It's and you can put more than one distant light in. So let's try another distant light where we just light it a little bit from the front also, because we've turned off our atmosphere for the most part. Let's create a distant light. And the distant light is shining directly at it, but I'd like it a little higher in the sky. So with distant light 2, let's bring it up a little bit like this. And now let's go back to our camera view. And let's add something, a little bit of lumens to the distant light. The second distant light 2. Let's go with a 9 here. Let's warm it up a little bit. Let's go with a 2. Just enough to light the scene, but to still have this effect. Yeah, so let's... Yeah, just enough to light it. Let's say 1.5. Or 1. Add another 0. Yeah, just enough to light it a little bit. But 1.2. But to still have this shadow effect from the other distant light coming in through the trees. And this distant light now, the shadows are really long, okay? So we'll take this distant light here, 1, and what if we move it up in the sky a little bit more? So it's coming down a little bit straighter. See, now we've got some harder shadows. It seems as though the distant light, the higher up in the sky we come down, the harder the shadows seem to be. Camera. Yeah. So this... Now let's do a quick render. There we go. Yeah. Now we have some really nice. This is starting to make sense because when the sunlight comes at a certain angle, okay, we have to think about light here. That the further away your light source is, the softer the shadows. Let's do an experiment now, okay, with lights. So, all right, we're going to take in spotlight here, cancel. Okay, so here's our render, just to let you take a look around through here, through the render. Let's bring this open here a little bit, and so this is pretty much this is pretty nice. Now, if I were to bring this up a little bit and mess with the location of this, we could bring it up higher and resize it so it fits in our scene in a better way. Okay, so cancel the render, yes. Now instead of this, I'll just leave all these here, and we'll just turn the tropical beach off. Turn off our distant lights, the planes, and turn on a sphere. And we're going to put into the scene a spotlight. Right here. And let's go to our spotlight. Bring it up out from under the ground. Okay, if I click on this sphere and point this, it will point at the sphere. Yeah, it will. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to get the spotlight at an angle of here. Let's click on the spotlight. So that it's going to create a shadow. Let's create a shadow. Why do I have trees? Okay, it didn't turn off the tropical. I have to go into texture shaded, and then I think it will turn it off. But let's go here and let's bring this light here from here. Well, let's go up really close, kind of close, like this. And now let's go to our camera view, go into Iray. Now what we have is a hard shadow. Let's give the spotlight a little more. What happens when we turn it up a little bit more? Lumens. Okay, we have quite a hard shadow. This is 9. Give it a 9. Let's say this is a really hard shadow because it's so close to the spotlight, to this object. And I can't stand spheres that aren't round. Let's see. Edit. Object. Oh, this. Alright, so let's take this sphere and up the sub D level. Okay, that's a little better. So now let's take our spotlight and let's zoom out way, 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 way back and turn it up some more. Okay, it's still shining on the spotlight, but let's go here and let's turn up the the lumens. Down a little bit. One more. Okay. It's hard to tell really, but okay, let's try our distant light instead of the spotlight. And let's put our distant light roughly where the spotlight is. Rotate Y this way, and rotate BX. Now see this, we switch between, now let's turn this white. Our distant light. Is there another color here? Oh, it's surfaces. No. Why is that yellow? Oh, the temperature. Reset the temperature, okay. And we could bring the lumens up a little bit so it looks... Okay, that's a lot. Let's go to 3. Now let's switch back and forth between our spotlight light. See, the spotlight is up close and the distant light is far away, very far away. And see, this looks like a softer shadow, and it looks like everything is lit around here more. That's the big difference here, is that the well, not really. Okay, let's move the spotlight closer like we had it. And see, this is the difference between lighting and then we have to turn this. See, we have to relatively, the spotlight when it's up close doesn't need as much light. Let's go back to our camera view. Let's go to okay, let's add another 0. Okay, let's switch between our distant light now and our spotlight. Now the distant light, this looks softer, this shadow around it. Let's see. Yeah, see, this looks incredibly hard around this. It looks like a very, very razor sharp kind of thing. Now, the distant light, and if you notice that it's really black here, black, black, black. And this right here is kind of, there's a little bit of bouncing of light, so there's, it's not black here, but it's black, black, black here. Now the distant light, on the other hand, we've got it a little bit brighter. Looks kind of blurry all the way through. And what's happened is the distant light is lighting everything in the scene. So you don't have the control of the light. I mean, the reason why I'm doing this, it's not to say, oh, look at all the stuff I know. Look what this is so I can understand it, because in my head, I don't understand these things. And I need, and I want to understand. Now, the other side of the sphere is quite lit, because all this light is bouncing off the scene and all the ground and everywhere and bouncing back. But when we look at this one here, the other side of the sphere is not lit, because, and even though there's light bouncing off the scene, it's less because the spotlight is, there's just less diffusion, less light bouncing off. Let's switch back here to this. And let's look at our relative brightness and see this is much brighter. So let's take this down so that they're kind of about the same brightness. So let's take this down to like a 1 maybe. Or maybe 1, just take that 2 out of there. Now let's see what we have here. That still seems high. Let's make this into an 8. Wow, it's still. So we have one light that's at, okay, let's go 5. And notice the, so this is really very, very, very sharp around the edge here. Oh, we're looking at the distant light. That's maybe why. Okay, we got to turn, I had the wrong light on, sorry. And let's go back to 9, 5. Well, that's a lot. Let's go back to 1, 1. Okay, that's low. See, this is so interesting because it's not putting now hardly any light. It's almost in the dark. Okay, let's go to 2. All right, I'm on this distant light again. What the heck? Why can't I do this right? Okay, let's go. We're looking at the distant light. The distant light is on, so this has got to be like a 9 again. Distant light, 9. Oh, that's too high. 5. Okay, let's get our lights right so we can do this. Okay. Let's go to 4 and see what that is. 4. Okay, that looks kind of natural there. And then we have the spotlight. Turn the distant light off. Turn the spotlight on. And I think I'm going to put a radial light into the scene too. So spotlight. This is a little high. So let's go to 5. Yeah, that looks natural. Now we turn this off, and this one. And that looks bright, so let's bring this down to like 3. See, that kind of looks natural. Oh, I've got the spotlight. This was at 5 again. 5, I think. Let's go back. Okay, spotlight. Okay, there's our spotlight. There's our distant light. Which has got to go down to about 3 maybe. Okay, those look pretty natural. So we go spotlights. There's our distant light. There's our spotlight. So this gives us, okay, HDRI. Let's file save as scene light testing. Light and shadow testing. Okay. So now we're going to insert a radial light into the scene. Point light. Okay, and we can't look through the point light, so we just have to move it where we want it. So the point light is going to come up. This is going to be like, it's like a distant light, but it's closer. You can't move the distant light closer. The distant light is like as far away as the sun kind of thing. So it gives us this idea. Okay, now Y translate. Y, we want this up about like here. And then X translate over here. Okay, now let's turn back to Iray and give this point light some illums. Okay, so point light. And now let's go to this, and how about a 9? Started off with a 9. I think it's got to go up in the air more. How about a 9, 9 here? No, it's got to go. One. Okay, and another 0. 5. Let's go 4. And let's go 3. Okay, we're going to move that up a little bit. Y. Translate. Okay, what is the difference? Okay, so the point light gives us a more dissipated, the spotlight, at least the way the spotlight is edited. The spotlights in Daz have a ton of parameters. They're just like so accessorized, where the point light is just kind of like, you can change the style of the point light and how. They're both ghost lights. Spotlight and the point light, but you can change it to have a shadow type. None. Let's see. Deep shadow. See, I don't see much in ray traced. I don't see much difference in these. So the shadow type, we're working with a point light. Deep shadow. Now, does this spotlight have the deep shadow also? Spotlight. Shadow type. See, we've got spread angles, all of these, but this light geometry, we got a point. We can change those also with the point light, I believe. Shadow type, deep shadow. And then we got none. You'd think that the shadow would disappear, but I think you can only make the shadow disappear in 3D Light. I found out that 3D Light uses your CPU to render, and Iray uses your graphics card. So isn't that interesting? And your CPU is, it's not even, your CPU is much faster than your graphics card, but when it comes to floating point, it's less powerful. Depending on what you use it for, but for floating point calculations, your graphics card, your CPU isn't even like 1/10 as powerful. Not even that, and it's less than 1%, I believe, when it comes to graphics computing power, when it comes to floating point calculations. But anything that's not floating point calculations, your graphics card can't even calculate. So technically your CPU is faster than your graphics card. So now render emitter. is on. Okay, we turn that off and it just goes, well, render emitter. So that's, I'm not sure what that does. I don't know what a lot of this does. I'm sorry. Okay, oh, that's because we had the, okay, we have the spotlight on now. So let's A/B between the point light and the spotlight. See, the point light gives us this really nice gradient out into nowhere. Let's look at this from the top down, top view, and zoom out. Okay, look at that beauty. This is physics. Okay, people, this is physics. So we're going to look at this from the top down, and we have this now. The spotlight is much different. Now we'll see where the point light is located. They're right about the same place. So they're almost exactly in the same place. So they're, but if you can see, this is our point light, and then our distant light is here. Very different kind of thing. And the distant light is it's like infinitely far away. It's like if you think about how tiny the Earth is compared to the sun, that's how far away the distant light is. Okay, so the distant light is like sun distance. Okay, so what are the conclusions that we draw here? Now, all of these we can raise up. So when we take, let's play with the point light for a moment here. And when we take this point light, that was with all three on, and we bring down our point light. Let's translate the point light down. Slowly bring the point light down. What happens is the shadow gets longer. And let's go to our perspective view so we can kind of get, where's our sphere? Okay, let's zoom out so we can see this a little better. So as we move our point light down, no, not the sphere, edit, the point light, Y translate. As we move the point light towards the horizon, the shadows get longer. And as we bring the point light up, the shadows get harder. Okay, so that's how you make, this is how you make hard shadows. It's not by the distance, because it's by the height of your light source. Okay, because the shadows become diffused, as you bring this down, the shadows, I'm not sure that they become softer, but they become longer. But, okay, now let's, okay, so this is an interesting, so it's not saying, we're not saying that the shadows get harder. We're just saying they get longer, okay, by moving the light source up and down. Which that's like a no-brainer, okay, that, you know, that's something you can just derive, that of course they're going to get longer if the light comes down like this. So now where's our spotlight? Let's make sure that our spotlight and our Y. Okay, let's bring this up here. And let's put this back over like roughly about where our spotlight is. Okay, so now let's turn this off and this off. Let's go to our distant light. Turn this on. And this is of course going to be the same case that when we bring our distant light down, okay, let's look through the distant light. Okay, we don't want to bring the distant focal point down. Okay, so let's bring that back to 0. Okay, we want to just bring the distant light itself down. So we bring the distant light. I can't tell what I'm doing. Let's see. Go to the camera. All right, let's go back to our distant light. Okay, here I think I can tell what we're doing. So now we go back to our camera, and we have that same effect, perspective. Okay, that our shadows get longer. Okay, from the sun coming down, of course, that's going to be logical again, that the shadow. But there again, look at this. So what we got our point light. So let's bring our point light down so that our shadow's about as long as that. Oh, edit undo. Let's click on our point light and bring our shadow down. Y translate. Okay, they're about the same. Now notice what happens. We get this gigantic fong. We don't have that fong with the distant light. So that's another drawback to having a point light to light your scene rather than a distant light, is that you're going to have that effect on your ground somewhere, you know, close by. Now the spotlight is so focused that when we do that with the spotlight, we bring the translate. Okay, we got to go like this. Okay, spotlight. It's not going to put that there because the spotlight is focused, and so the spotlight is just going to put the light here. It's precision. It has surgical precision, where this light is everywhere. And so that's going to be a drawback, is that you're going to have this gigantic fong in your scene, spreading light everywhere. And the spotlight is going to create the same kind of effect, but you won't get that really soft gradient fall off that that this light gives you. You're going to have but you can widen this, but then you widen it, and you can create that fall off effect, and still be fairly surgical with the spotlight. I love spotlights. I use them more than ghost lights, more than anything. Spotlights are ghost lights. So are the point lights. So the thing is I like the precision of the spotlight, and I like the dramatic effect of the spotlight. So now we notice that this shadow back here of our point light and our distant light, let's turn the distant light off for a moment. Our point light, much softer. It's not only longer, but it's softer. And we bring this back up. Let's see, we bring this light back up. Y translate. And now we take and turn off our spotlight. And now that light is much harder. So it does soften the light to change the height. The longer the light, the longer the shadow, the softer the shadow. Well, now it doesn't seem to be doing that anymore. Isn't that weird? Well, let's turn the distant light back on. So it's just so it's so important to do these tests. Okay. All right, I see what's happening here. The spotlight and the distant light. Let's turn them off. Okay. Now, notice also this light, the reflection aspect of this. The distant light, that's reflecting it also. It seems as though the spotlight is, well, the spotlight's a little brighter. And let's see the point light. And we also have the same kind of reflection. This is why Iray is so typical, so particular about it being physics-based. What I don't like is this banding here. I wonder if the banding is only in the Iray preview. Let's do a render. See if we have that light banding. The little bands of light, it's not showing the smooth gradient. I don't think it will be in the render. No, it's here. We have some kind of thing here with the light banding. And let's, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. What about, does the spotlight have that banding? The spotlight doesn't seem to have that banding effect. Let's render this. I think we have to switch to the linear, possibly the linear point light. Or, yeah, let's see. We'll put one of them in and see if we can get some. Now it was when it started to fade off. Now see, I don't see. I see maybe a very, very tiny bit of banding here, like little Saturn rings, sort of, but they're cancel. The spotlight is just wow. I love lighting so much. I just love doing this. So now let's take and add this linear light and see what happens. Let's add this, which we have this light, we have this, it's the point light, and then we have this linear point light. Let's put one of those in the scene and see if we get a better, less banding with that. That would be interesting to know that that's the way to do it. So let's turn off the spotlight. Let's take this and translate that up about as high as our spotlight. Translate it over. Okay, it works. It's lighting something. Translate. Okay, that's about good, I think. Let's see where our spotlight is. Up. Let's put it here so we can kind of and then let's take and turn the spotlight off. And let's go to our linear light and give it some lumens. 9. Okay, we still have banding there. So we go delete 3. 0, 4. Okay, this is interesting. Now the point light, let's put the point light at the same exact place as our spotlight. Let's pull this over a little more, and this over. Tired of looking through a little keyhole here. Now let's take our point light and move that up. We're rotating it, edit, undo. Point light, let's move it up. You know, I'm admitting that I don't know the difference between the linear light and the point light, and there, from what I remember, there is no difference, because I believe the linear light is left over from the 3-to-light days, and I don't believe the linear light works linearly in Iray. Now there may be some different. You may notice that the linear light has a few more parameters in it, but I don't believe they do anything in Iray. Now I could be wrong about that, but let's see what this linear light has. We're at 4,000 for what, 40 million? I have 400. 400,000. 400,000 on our linear light. And where are we here? 300. Let's go up to 400,000 here as well. Okay, so now we turn off our point light. Linear light. Now this doesn't look like there's a lot of banding there with that linear light. How about the point light? No, they don't look really different at all, in my opinion. Now let's see about the shadow. Let's look at the shadow. The shadow is, and now it's lighting and the fall off of the light. They look the same. They don't look any different at all. Let's look at it from the top. Okay. Now what I haven't been able to get an answer for is because okay, let's take a look at this distant light now. So the point light and the linear light seem the same. Okay, so that answers that. So they just don't seem to be any different at all. Let's see, now that's the point light. That's the linear light. The point light, that's the linear light. They're the same. They respond the exact same. Okay, so now, but let's look at this point light and then turn that off, and the distant light. And now the distant light, we can look through the distant light and bring it up a little more, like this. Okay, now let's go to the distant and back to our camera. Oh, back to the perspective view. Now there's our distant light and the point light. Okay, look how hard that shadow is. And the distant light. Okay, let's go now back to our distant light again. Let's bring this up so we can bring the light down on there a little more. Okay, now let's go back to our perspective view. There's our distant light. Okay, the distant light is still, There's our point light. Now that is a very hard shadow there. But the distant light, it's hard to tell, but that looks like a softer shadow. But let's go back to our distant light. Let's bring it up. I think it's a little bit, still a little bit larger. Okay, camera, back to our perspective view. Okay, there's our distant light shadow. And there is our point light shadow. The point light shadow looks harder, but you know, not something that I would want to take to the bank. Well, all right. Yeah, see, they're about the same size. Now this is our distant light. And it seems as though the distant light isn't quite as bright as the point light. Let's see. Let's look at this. Look at the color of the ball here, or the intensity of the color. Actually, the distant light might even be brighter. Let's see. I would say they're about the same. So point light, distant light. I wish I could do these a little faster, but Iray still has to regenerate. I am so glad that you're here. You know, it's, you know, I know you don't say say stuff for a long time, but I'm always aware that it's nice that there are people, there's somebody here, you know. And that's very nice. It's very nice to know that there's somebody who finds this stuff interesting. And it's not just me. So, oh, thank you for the likes. I've gotten 4 likes. I didn't even have to ask. Thank you very, that's very kind. That's very kind of you to leave likes like that without even me having to ask. Very, very, very. It's just, you've got such sweet and considerate, polite manners, and that's very, 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 very nice. That's just wonderful that somebody thought, oh, I will click on the like button. That is so very, 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 very nice. That's worth. You know, I don't make any money for this. That alone, just the fact that people would come in here and click on the like just to support my channel, that is worth doing this. Yeah, see, I don't believe the counter doesn't seem to be right, Habib. It doesn't seem to show the correct. Yes, you're right, because right now my counter is saying there's 1 person in here, and I'm quite sure that Angus is here, and Ed is here, and now you're here. That's 3 people. So, yes. Yeah, I'm seeing 5 likes from my point, so it might take a while. But it says current viewers from my point, and I know there's 3 people here, but it's only says there's 1 current viewer. So I mean, I hope this is helpful, because I've been working in Daz Studio for a number of years, like 6 years, like all the time. Like 6 years ago, close to 6 years ago, I figured out how to use Daz Studio. Yeah, well, I heard you guys got a lot of snow, so it's mild here where I'm living, and it's gray today, and so I appreciate you. Angus is my longest running supporter of this channel. He's my biggest help in this channel, and he's been watching these videos that I put out on Daz for close to 5 years. So Angus is the longest, and he's been here many nights through, like 8 and 12 hour videos, Angus has been here, and he's, I think, just waited for this day when we could have Habib and Ed and John here, and yeah. So Angus, I think Angus is absolutely delighted that we have some new people coming in. I live in the United States in Portland, Maine. So I live in Maine. Yeah. Well, you have grown old gracefully, Angus, and beautifully. So we're all growing old beautifully. Yes, Angus has been. Yeah, I've been doing this these Daz, working in Daz for 6 years. I have been doing 3D art for over 20 years. I started out way back when just rendering a sphere in Pavray, where you had to program it in and set up all of these libraries and copy pieces of code. I wasn't that good at it. I would like borrow code and then use it and render it and say, wow, wow, look what I made. Some water or a vapor or volume or something like that. And then I spent years and years in Bryce and Poser. I spent more time in Bryce. I spent a year's worth of hours at least in Bryce. And I remember I made a pyramid in Bryce one time, and I did it brick by brick. Now that is dedication. Yes, I did use Poser, and I spent lots of hours in Poser. What happened to me was I kind of got lost, and another reason why I do these Daz tutorials is to help people not get lost like I did. Because I thought that what you did was you took and created your model in Poser, and then you exported it out of Poser and brought it into Daz. And so I go way, way back. I go back before Poser was even made. I go back to True Space, and there were a few other modelers. I played around in True Space for a long, long time. I started out in modelers that were similar to like Blender. We didn't have these kind of, I don't know, I don't think, well, Poser, Daz is becoming more like a modeler, but it started out where we had primitives, and I think of Bryce almost as more like a modeler, more of a modeler than Poser is. But I was under the impression that you took and exported your model out of Poser and brought it into Daz. And so every time I would start working on a 3D project, I would open up Poser and I'd put a model in there and I'd get the model posed, and then I would try to use all these export and types of things and see if I could import it into like Bryce, and then use the Bryce bridge to bring it into Daz. And I would get it into Daz, and it was like its arms would be all like spaghetti and stuff like that, and it would just and so I could never make a scene. Every time I'd spend hours getting the pose right in Poser, and then trying to bring it into Daz, and because what I really wanted to do was get the models into Bryce. And so if I could get them, and I did, I succeeded in getting a few models into Bryce. They had no hair, and a lot of times, and they, so they were only silhouettes and stuff like that. But I did manage to get the human form into Bryce, and so that was I was under a misnomer. I didn't realize how to use Bryce, how to use Poser, and for years, I just, that's what I thought that you had to do, was take stuff out of Poser, export it, and bring it into Bryce and into Daz. Because Daz was late. All of a sudden, it's like one day they just announced and said, oh, Daz is a new modeler and everything, and it was like, well, I'm sorry that, I'm glad you guys at Daz are trying to do this, but I'm into Poser. I'm a Poser kind of person, and so I really thought that, but then, it didn't occur to me that Daz had all these models, and these models would just go right instantly into Daz Studio without all this export stuff. It did not even occur to me at all. And so I, for years, like 3 or 4 years, I kept trying to export stuff. Every time I'd go and start a 3D project, I would start out in Poser and try to export my stuff from Poser into Daz, and it would just come out all messed up. And so I would work for hours and hours and hours on something and end up with nothing. Every time I would I would spend hours and hours and hours and end up with no scene at all. So not even with hair. I remember sitting in there in Poser trying to for like 3 hours trying to get hair to fit on properly on my figures so that it didn't look like it was crooked. Yeah, so and so in the end I would maybe finally get a render, and I'd put like a mirrored plane in Poser, and they would reflect off the plane and be sitting in some kind of pose, but rarely did I couldn't get I couldn't get any kind of scene made. And so then finally it just occurred to me one day. It's like, wow, I can take these Daz. I was working in Daz, and I thought, well, let's look at their content and see, let's work with the content that so I went online and made sure all the content was updated, and I downloaded whatever content that I could into Daz, and then it's like, wow, this figure comes in, and then I clicked on the hair, and it's like, wow, the hair just went on them. And it's like, oh, and I can add this scene, and it's like, wow, and the pose just works. And then it's like, I have a scene. It's like, it didn't twist around me. It didn't lock up. It didn't, it was just all of a sudden, it was like this aha moment. And so from that point on, I just went into the Daz store, and I started buying model after model until now I've got 9,000 Daz models. And so if I go into my Daz library here, default. So over the last 6 years, I've spent about $12,000 in the Daz store. But I do have a way of doing it. I rarely buy anything unless it's on an 80% sale. So, but if you look at this is my Daz library. Just goes, well, let's stretch this out a little bit. Yeah, my Daz library just goes on and on and on and on. Now, if you notice, now I can scroll down through my Daz library without it hiccuping. It hiccups a little bit every once in a while, but I can now scroll down through this library. And I know I can detach this, but I don't want to have to figure out how to reattach it. I could make this full screen, but this, yeah, this just goes on and on and on. These are all my Daz models now. Once I realized that I could just click on things and it would come right in and be ready to pose. And if I would import it as an OBJ file, I couldn't pose it. And if I imported it already posed, half the times I'd get it in there and it would just like turn into spaghetti. And it was like this abomination coming in from Poser. So there's just certain things you just can't import from Poser. They don't read right, even if you put them. Yes, you can ask. I love it when you ask questions about Daz characters. What would you like to know, Habib? Yeah, well, I'm not showing this to make you jealous. You shouldn't be jealous, Ted. If you own a car, I don't own a car. This is why I don't own a car. Okay, I can't get around. I haven't visited my family in 6 years. I haven't gone and dropped by and driven into their driveway and gone up and knocked on their door and seen their loving, smiling faces because of this. This is my car. This is so, I made the choice. I made the choice to spend the money that I would have spent on a very nice vehicle, and instead I have these models. So I made the choice. Years ago, my mother said, okay, I just came into a bunch of money, and I'm going to buy you a gift. How can you get dimples on a character? I would use Mesh Grabber, okay? So let's put this light tutorial off. Let's go File, New. What you would do is let's put a figure in the scene. Let's put Aiden in. He's the new Genesis 9. Now, the thing is about the geometry in the face may not be fine enough to put dimples on the character, but let's see how fine it really is, okay? Let's do a test. So the geometry on the face is pretty fine, but it's not incredibly fine. But if we pick a vector point, we might be able to do this. Let's not zoom right in on. Okay, let's zoom in on his face. Okay, so here's our character. Let's pull this back over now so we have some room to work. How about this far? A little more? Okay. Let's take Aiden and see about dimples. So we're going to look at the wireframe here. And you see this, it's probably fine enough to give him a dimple or two. So, and how they, now there's, I believe this is, let's see if we can set him to, there's HD. When you see it says that a mesh resolution, okay, this is high resolution. So when you see that it says that a figure is HD in the Daz store, it doesn't mean high definition or like better textures. It means high density, which means that these lines are denser. And that's what HD means. So when they say there's an HD figure, it doesn't mean that it's got 4K or 8K skin or something like that. It means that it's high definition, okay? And that means that it's got much more detail to it. So let's go into Mesh Grabber. Mesh Grabber is something I use for every single project that I make. Let's get rid of the beard so that we can work with his face a little better. Okay, let's say we would probably put a dimple right about here, maybe. So let's go to now our tool settings, Mesh Grabber, and we would want to set this down to 1, okay, and click on his face. That's the tiniest little square that we can get, but let's say we don't want to, we want to click on the vertex. Let's see on a, now let's go to back into wireframe mode. And this gets kind of difficult. See, a vertex, I believe, is this. So this little vertex, and then the fall off radius is, let's go 0.5, 0.1. Let's see how small we can make that radius. How about we go 0.1. Okay, let's see how small we can make this radius. We don't want to put the dimple over by his ear though. Let's find one of these. Okay, I think we've got one right there. Yeah, see, ZBrush, the thing with ZBrush is you have to export it out. You have to be good at exporting, and I'm not good at exporting. So there you go. So this, let's go into, okay, how you do it right within Daz. You grab this and you can pull it out. So he's got a tooth infection. So, or you can pull it in here. That's about the best kind of so you can move their face around a little bit here and there and give them some dimples. That might be a little bit too much. So that's it. You see he's got some dimples. You just mess with the geometry a little bit, and it works. He's smirking. Yeah, it does. Ed, it's reminiscent of when I used to export things from Poser and have them come into Daz and be all twisted, that it kind of left me very leery about, and when I bring it into ZBrush and I look at ZBrush and there's like all these, I don't know the first thing about ZBrush at all, and so I don't even know how to like rotate something, you know, in the scene, or rotate my camera. That's how little I know about ZBrush. And then, you know, there's a part of me that says, well, if I learned how to do this, I could create hair, and I could create my own skin textures, and I could maybe create clothes and create. But you see, the thing is I don't want to work. I already know, like with music and everything, I don't want to play the triangle in the orchestra. All right. I don't want to be the triangle player. I want to be the conductor. I want to be the one standing out in front of everybody bowing after the performance. I want to be, if I'm in a rock band, I don't want to be the bass player or the drummer or the people who set up the lights and work in the backstage. I want to be the singer in front with the microphone. I don't want to be the programmer who programs the set for the band, the production. I don't want to be sitting there dealing with numbers all day programming. That's the same way with, and I want to be the singer in front in front singing in front of people. I know what I want to be. I want to be in front. I want to be right there. I don't want a bunch of people between me and the audience. I know I want to be the entertainer. I want my name in the lights. And, I know that sounds arrogant or whatever. It doesn't sound like I'm a team player kind of thing, but it's just, I'm that kind of person who is a front man. I'm the front kind of person. And so when it comes to Daz, it's like, I don't want to work for 6 hours, 8 hours, or even a month creating like a haunted house, or the Taj Mahal or something like that. And so it takes me, or 6 months to create the Taj Mahal. In that 6 months, I could put out 100 different scenes that I've taken where I use somebody else's Taj Mahal or somebody else's Eiffel Tower, and I put it together with somebody else's hair and somebody else's skin, that skin that took somebody a month or 2 months to make. Yeah, I would. I'm not saying you shouldn't go into ZBrush, Habib, but not yet. No, not yet. I would get the fundamentals of Daz down and make some scenes and stuff like that, and then decide if you don't mind being that person in the background, because the person, like right now, I'm finding it difficult to sell my art. I make these scenes and everything, and I find it very difficult to sell them. I hope that helped you with. These dimples look pretty real, okay? And I don't think if somebody had asked me if I could make dimples and I'd really thought about it, I probably would have thought, no, I don't think I can. But those look pretty darn real, okay? So you can probably give that, I have this big long dimple that goes all the way up my face when I smile. It's like this gigantic. So, like the Cheshire Cat kind of dimples. So, but yeah. And Habib, think about what you want to do. Do you want to make scenes or do you want to make assets? And if you want to make assets like a new kind of thunderbolt or lightning for Daz, or hair or skin or new figures for Daz, if that's what you want to do, then you go to ZBrush, after a few more months, 6 months, maybe more in Daz, then and I wouldn't be buying a bunch of that stuff, other people's stuff, if you know that eventually you want to go. What's nice about buying other people's stuff is you get to see to dissect it and see how they made it. But if what you want to do is go into making assets, then you want to get into ZBrush as soon as possible. If you just know that's what you want to do, that you don't want to make scenes, yeah, well, ZBrush, it's like there again, you have to decide, do you want a car, or do you want to visit your family, or do you want ZBrush? And you have to make that decision. Like my mother said, do you want a car or do you want a recording studio? And I said, I want a recording studio. So I had no car for a while. I wasn't one of those young teenagers with a jalopy, and riding around in my car. And, no, I was the person who had the recording studio in my bedroom, the reel-to-reel and the mixer and the PA. So, yeah, that's you have to make a decision what you want in your life. Yeah, so if you want to make scenes, then you start collecting assets, any kind of assets. You categorize them, you organize them, and you don't look back. I don't. That's why I don't. That's why I just, if I have to take, if I can do it in Daz, I won't take it. If there's anything that I can do in Daz, like these dimples, I'll do them in Daz. And from every angle, these dimples look real. So they work. So this works. Now wrinkles, no, that's a different thing. That has to do with displacement and bumps. Okay? But they have to do with displacement and something to do with the texture. Yeah, well, Ted, I can't teach you how to be a vendor, okay? I can teach you how to sell your art, okay? How to sell your scenes. Once you've turned them into a render, I can tell you about several stores where you can upload your art and put it on hundreds of different, maybe, tens and 20s and 30s worth of different items for people to buy them. I can show you of that. Like here is my store. I make gay romance stuff. So my Redbubble store here. I sell, let's go to my shop. So it's a gay kind of stuff, but like I made this, so this is one of my art pieces. You can buy it on a pillow. This is redbubble.com. You upload your stuff here, and may the best person sell their stuff, I'm giving you guys my trade secrets, okay? I'm not that stingy about knowledge and all. My trade secrets aren't secrets because I think that's kind of, there's a part of me that wants to be in the spotlight, but then there's another part of me that's very, very generous and very giving and very sharing. I share my knowledge. And so I go and you upload the image here, and then you align it onto all these different, it's really easy, and you align it. So there's 78 more products that have this image on it. You can buy t-shirts and buy coffee mugs, laptop sleeves, cases for your phones. You can buy a picture frame, bath mat, or a clock. You can buy it on an acrylic block or a wood-mounted print. You can buy it on a comforter. And all you have to do is upload your image and kind of line it up to make sure it looks right on each object, and then save it. And they add all the prices and do all that stuff. You can buy. I've sold a few things, okay? Compared to the work that I've put into it, the amount I've sold has been like hardly nothing. So it's not even enough to pay my cable bill for 1 month, So, and I've had my stuff on here for years.
So, but the thing is there are people who've had their stuff on here for years and have not sold anything. And I have sold some things. So, hey, I'm lucky in that regard that people have come in here, and I've sold a bunch of jigsaw puzzles. People want to buy my stuff on these puzzles. So I puzzle them. Puzzle people. So this is, I made this in Daz and sold it and on Redbubble. And there are other stores. There's American something, American, there's another site, and then there's spring.com. You can do the same thing, upload stuff, and there's another site. This is where you can sell your stuff. Thank you very, very much, Ted. It's very nice of you to say that. So this is excuse me. This is how you do stuff. So mesh grabber is the way to go. And so if I can do something within Daz, I will. And I see in other tutorials where they just need to fix an article of clothing, so that it fits, right, and they'll take their figure right into, and all I have to do, because I have this constitution, that if I can do it within Daz, I'll do it within Daz. So I just click on this little thing, turn on Mesh Grabber, and I can come in and click on anything a part of him and just morph it. Well, that's morphing his whole body here. You have to go a little smaller than that. And I can just morph entire areas of his body. See? So if that's if I can do it within that really morphed him. It's like, woo, I got a long chin. So not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. So this is so we go to 15, and you can just morph different areas of the body if you want. And the smaller you make it, the more localized. It didn't have to yank on his chin. Let's reset him. And that will get rid of the dimples too, I think. But if I click this small enough to like 5, it doesn't move his chin. It just moves the geometry localized. Oops, we don't want to pull on that. Not that particular area. Let's pull on his arm a little bit. So you can just pull these parts out and shape them into. Why bring it into ZBrush? Oh, Mesh Grabber. You want to learn Mesh Grabber. Just undo Mesh Grabber. You want to learn Mesh Grabber because it's just why learn to do this in Blender, okay? When you can do it right within Daz. I would put this at like 7, and then I can just morph this whole muscle out a little bit like that. Give him a little more muscle here, and a little more muscle here, and here. Well, that's a little too much. A little bit here. And yeah, you can just do it in Mesh Grabber. And a little bit here. Here. I mean, that's how they make these morphs, is they go in and extrude them, and then that's how they make the morphs. why not do them right here in with Mesh Grabber? So that's and it's still gonna bend and do all of those. The bones are still in place here to move his arms. Oh, that's to translate. Let's see. Let's use this part here. Oh, we got to go out of Mesh Grabber. Now we can just you can still bend his arms and do the things that you. So yeah, it's still, so that's and so if somebody sits down on a chair and you can use the smoothing tool, or you can just take and click on the chair, delete him out, and we go to Smart Content, File, those were some of the first things as soon as the day Mesh Grabber came out, I bought it because I needed to deal with meshes, and I had no way to do that. Now let's see, let's put this chair in the scene and say somebody's going to sit down here in the chair and their legs are going to, you don't want their leg to go right through the chair, so you go into Mesh Grabber, Tools, Mesh Grabber, and you click on the chair, make sure the chair is selected, and you see that's just about enough to push parts of the chair down to make some room for their legs. You don't have to use, the smoothing tool. You can just bend it right to their form. So, and I'll give you a little bit of, so that the chair actually fits to them, contours to them. And this chair looks like let's look at the geometry of this chair. Yeah, see, that's not a lot of geometry here, but then you could grab it instead of grabbing the surfaces. Oh, that's what I did. I think I grabbed the vertexes. You could have, I can reset this chair. And then instead of grabbing these little vertexes, I can grab the faces of them instead, like this. Grab the faces of them, like this face here. You can see it's grabbed that little triangle. And so you can grab whatever you need, part of it you need to morph the chair down into what you need. So it's like moving too much at this point all at once. So you take this and you bring that down to like 2. And then it will move, and let's see this. So this isn't really working, so we could grab this vertex here instead and pull this down like that. But let's bring this up a little bit more, down to back to 5. See, the wider that is, the more of an area it impacts. You grab this, and you can grab those vertexes and bring them down. So it's actually fun working with Mesh Grabber. And we'll go back into Iray and see what we got here. So I pulled that way down here. So I can bring some of these in here down. Bring this piece up. This vertex up. So it all depends, and then you can reset it, but So it just gives you the ability to, and then let's see, let's bring in a character. Figure. Let's bring in Kyle. Yes, you. I have a whole. You can. I have a whole year's worth of. I mean, many years I've been making tutorials. So there are hours and hours. Some of my tutorials are 8 hours long that are on my channel. So just watch them, Habib. You'll learn. You'll learn all of this stuff. So you'll learn it. So now let's look at this with hair. Let's give him some hair. See if this hair will work. Default. Where is the hair itself? There. Let's see if we can get this hair to fit on him. Odin Hair for Genesis 8. Base, hair, shoulder length, accept. Now this is not D4's hair. So this hair, you can't like have it lay on his head the way you want it. This may not work. It did. Nice. Some of the hair works. Okay, so we have the hair here. And what you want to do is select the hair. Go into Mesh Grabber. Select the hair. And let's select by faces. Come on. Well, let's select something off and select back here. Okay, so now we'll make it a little bit larger. Let's say 7. Yeah, well, I have used Mesh Grabber in, like I said, in every. So now watch what I can do with this Mesh Grabber with hair. See, I can just move this hair. If you want it to blow in the wind, or if you want it to go back over his shoulder. See, this is how easy you can use Mesh Grabber with these products. And to go 3, and I can just push this little piece here. What did I do? 3. I didn't know you could go to 0. You just grab these little pieces, move them the way you want them. Make sure you don't accidentally click Kyle, or you'll be moving his skin around. See this? So you know, sometimes they don't give you the morphs to do these things the way you want them to do them. So you select this piece here and say, well, I'd like to move this whole chunk. So you make this fall off a little bigger, say 8. And then I can pull this whole piece back. You pull that back, and then you say, well, there's a few little pieces left in there that I want to get. So you go and say, let's see, 3 again, and select on this, Odin Hair. And then you can pull these little pieces in. And like that. And you say, okay, well, there's all these flyaway scraggly pieces. I'd like to get rid of them. Okay? So that's when you go into Geometry Editor. And you right click. Where's geometry editor? Right click, selection mode lasso. You just take that like this, and you hide them. There's a few more here maybe. Well, it doesn't always work that well, but some of these pieces might be. Well, let's see what happens when we render this. Some of them I may not be able to get rid of because they're like large pieces. Let's see if I select this, go here to select connected. See, those don't look that bad though. Didn't select connected. Okay, so we just some of these pieces. All right, let's write select. It says some of these aren't going to let me do anything with, so, but that's how I pushed that back. And see, so just geometry editor, I mean with mesh grabber. So, and you say, well, it's too, his hair is too puffy on the top. So you go here to mesh grabber. You click on the top of his head like that, and you go like 8. And you just push it down a little bit. Odin Hair. And you make sure you select the hair. Sometimes it's the hair and the scalp are different parts. And so you have to make sure you select the hair, but that's how you kind of push it in and move it, or bring it down his hairline a little further. So you can. This is this is how you do stuff like this. Now the now I'm going to show you another trick. We're going to put on the, this is called shaved. See if this will work on Kyle. This shaved. Yeah, I don't know how, when I go into, like I said, when I go into ZBrush, I don't even know how to rotate the camera around. So let alone then find the right tools. And having to bring this in, like, and shape this, okay, I'm going to show you this, where I'm shaping this product to Kyle, all right? So I'm going to put the hair on him. Look, okay, except, let's see if this works. No, it doesn't look like it worked for Kyle. Oh, it's still trying to put it on there. No. Let's see. Let's try this again. I think I put it on the wrong. I need to say Genesis 8 male. I didn't tell it what hair, short hair, except I pushed his muscles out there with the mesh grabber. This is something that, to me, I think is easier to do in. So you take and turn off when a lot of times you'll find out that the hair doesn't quite fit the head right. And so we go into tool settings, mesh grabber. Let's go to here. And so when I click on this part of his skull, see, I can pull this mesh right out. And you see, notice how it was actually tucked in under his. So I can sculpt it right to his head so that, and now I can go and make this smaller, 3. And sometimes you'll find that there's like little artifacts left where, and I can just click on this and pull the skull cap out. See, when the skull cap goes in like that, sometimes it just doesn't line up quite right, and you end up with the skull with his hair missing in a spot. And you can just come in here and pull the skull cap out, and just right here. I don't have to go through a whole menu of export. I don't have to open another program. All I do is invoke mesh grabber within here, and I can line this up. Now let's find a character that this hair doesn't work well with, okay? I'm going to show you another character. So I actually have to say, Ed, that I believe actually yes, if you take this into ZBrush, you can do anything with the mesh, okay? But if you're just simply trying to make the mesh fit his head, okay, then I believe that with much fewer steps. Let's see if I can find somebody with a notoriously large hair. Let's try Conrad. I think it'll fit Conrad actually pretty good because he's an 8'1" figure, but let's see. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, it's Ted, you're right. It's about doing it all in Daz, but it's not just that, because it's also what Ed is saying. Also, you're both right. It's also what Ed is saying is it's faster and easier, and I would say, I don't know that it's faster and easier. I tend to think it's not. Both of those are not correct. It's not faster and easier, but it's much more. But ZBrush is more full featured, where you can do, once you've got the figure in there, you can resculpt everything. You know, so you have many, many, many more tools at your disposal. So I would say that it's like, so it's, but now I'm going to put some hair on him, and we'll try this, see if this works. Shaved. I will find an example where this happens, and so we'll put this shaved hair on him again. Now this is Genesis 8. It should go right on him. It's supposed to fit him. Okay, it doesn't look like we're having that same problem with him. It seems to be fitting him well as also. So let's take Conrad out. I wouldn't be, don't be, I don't. Let's all get along. London, what he said is absolutely right when it comes to ZBrush. ZBrush is the god of all of modelers, and so once you bring it into ZBrush, you have an array, like an infinite array of tools to use. Now, a mesh grabber is like a kindergarten modeler, okay? It's so, but the thing is that for what you're trying, what you need to do for just moving the mesh around a little bit here and there, it's faster and easier, okay? But when it comes to having an array of tools, there's just nothing like ZBrush. So it's now we're going to look for. I'll find a figure that I think a Genesis 8 figure are notorious for not fitting this particular hair. Okay, I know that Casper has a large head. You guys get along, love each other. I'm not going to pick sides, so you have to both get along. So yep. Cuz you're both awesome. So just stand your ground, both of you. You're I'm not disagreeing. And you know the thing is that when yeah, well, that's it's what you're familiar with is easier, okay? And so it's easier for you, and that I can absolutely understand. That's what you're familiar with, and the thing is that when I see like Jay at the WP Guru. I've never seen him I've used Mesh Grabber. I've seen him export it, open up Blender, or open up and move that piece of mesh. And to me, when I look at that and see all the steps he has to go through, he has to find a folder to save it in, he has to create a folder. He has to take and set all these settings and resize. When he brings it back in, it's in a different place and position and all the kinds of things, sort of things. I'm not always, but you know, that to me breaks the continuity of my work. Okay, so now we're going to look for this shaved hair again, and see what happens when we put this on Casper. Casper, I think's got a big head, so. Okay, look at this. This is a perfect example. Okay? It doesn't fit Casper's head. Okay? This hair, and we're in Iray, so this is not acceptable. Okay? Now look how quickly. I don't have to I just open Mesh Grabber and click on his head. Oh, well, I click on the hair. All right, click on this. Set this up to 5. So it's a little bigger, okay? And pull on this. Pull on this a little here. Okay, let's go into it's a little easier this way. Okay, there's the back of his head. And I did that one a little too hard. I'm just kind of hurrying, but now let's pull on this, reset this. Now you can see how terribly this fits his head, okay? It doesn't fit. Now I can just take an open Mesh Grabber. I'm going to go actually with this like a 10 and just click on his hair. Pull this out like this. Whoop. There's one. Okay, pull on the top side here. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Pull this out. Not too much, just enough. Pull this out. A little more. Okay. And see. That's done. Well, you can scale it, okay, but it doesn't always work. And sometimes what happens when you scale it, then it takes these little flaps that are on his face and it scales them out and they don't really line up. So if the flap doesn't line up, then you can just take that particular section and use Mesh Grabber and tuck it down and like so. So what if this flap doesn't work here like this? We'll select his hair again. And what if this little flap here, so I can take this down to just make it smaller, like down to 3, okay? And then I can just push this little piece in, okay? So that it doesn't, or pull it out depending on, so, you know, scaling is the whole thing. And no, it doesn't, and the thing is that when you see, you know, when you see the whole thing, it might all be, it all depends. Well, yeah, Jay has more people in his chat, and he's also, Jay is kind of scripted, where he has in his mind what he wants to go through. And I'm just like, I'm live, even though. So, well, that's a way, you know, don't take it out on Ed, Ted. Yeah, I can't afford ZBrush right now myself. So, so this now, when we go out of Mesh Grabber and we take a look at this hair now, we have, it's perfect. Let's see now. Let's go to Iray. And you see, now we have some really nice hair here. See, now when we go back into here, notice this, okay? This, and you say, okay, well, why can't you just scale it? Look at this little section here. Notice that there's a tiny little part here. That wasn't fitting his head contour at all. And you can go into this and you can probably set on the, what is it called? The smoothing iterations or collision iterations. You might be able to mess with that. But okay, so you might say, well, that you wouldn't notice that in a render. Yeah, you do. You can notice, especially if you have the sun behind him and it comes through and you can see a line there where it's not contacting with his. So how do you fix that? Mesh Grabber. You go into Mesh Grabber here. Click on it. This is how easy it is to do this. And you just click on his hair. Click on that. Set it down to like 2, and then you just push that little piece in like this. Do you see? Do you see how that works? And it looks like there's a part of this. Let's go to 1. To pull this part out. See how precise this is. This, and And then you can pull this little piece in here. I think I've got his ear. Yeah. Edit, undo. So you got this. Okay, select this. And you just push this in a little bit like that. See? See how that works? You can use it on pubic hair. You can use it on clothing. You can use it to, like, okay, mesh grabber here. Okay, we're going to put, let's put a beard on him. I'll show you another thing here. Let's put a beard, facial hair, face. There we go. Let's put this beard on him. Okay, this is for Genesis 8 and 8.1. We'll find the 8 beard. Which one is this? Genesis 8. Okay, let's put this beard on our Genesis 8 male. Okay. Now notice how his sideburns here, they don't line up. You see his beard comes up, but his sideburns are way over here. Okay? Now I could take this into ZBrush, or I can just click on his hair like this. Click on Mesh Grabber, select Mesh Grabber, click on this part, make it a little larger, say 10 maybe. That's way too large. Let's see, go 5, and just pull his sideburn right over. Edit, undo. See? And pull it out a little bit. Okay. And we have to make this smaller. Come on. 2 maybe? 2. Just pull it out a little bit. And you see how that lined that up into his... And then you come in here and you work with it, make it perfect. But you see... Oh, I do use it occasionally. I do occasionally. I have been trying to implement that into my editing repertoire. I'm just many years of not using it. It is much easier to use. Now that is something that's easier. That I can definitely tell you that it is easier. Now, why can't I? Okay, this is not letting me grab it. Let's see if we can grab it from here. No. So, well, that's okay. Now we look at this though in Iray, and you see how that now kind of blends at least a little better into his, and see, it's much better than, say, the other side where, see, it doesn't look like, it looks like his beard's coming up this way. It just should be a little bit over this way, a little more. So
it's just, there's so many things I just instantly, and you know, just like using Control Z, it's like something that you have to incorporate. And for me, it was like, it's like, oh, I've got to use Mesh Grabber. It's like, okay, if I've got to use Mesh Grabber, select the hair, select tools here, go into here, select Mesh Grabber, and I'm there. And to me, when it first started out, that was like the hardest thing to do. It's like, I know I need Mesh Grabber, but I haven't, I'm not there yet. And the same thing here. Now notice his beard. Sometimes you'll find that there's this little line that goes around where their beard isn't quite contacting with their face. This one isn't so bad. It looks like it's contacting perfectly. But you'll notice like a little line where well, you just select their beard and you get Mesh Grabber and you tuck that little piece right up to their Mesh Grabber symmetrical. No, you can't. There's no symmetrical like mirror for Mesh Grabber. There is in ZBrush. There's a mirror. That's why I say ZBrush has many different but for just moving stuff around and tucking his beard up a little closer to his skin, that kind of thing, or you say, okay, well, what about here? It looks like let's just pull this down a little more over his lip. Okay? See, I didn't have to bring that into see, it was just so much easier to just do it here. To just pull that down over his lip a little more. See, there's it's just amazing what Mesh Grabber, it's not a gimmicky kind of thing. It works. It works really, really well on so many things. And yes, and you can mirror your mesh changes in ZBrush. That's fundamental in ZBrush. And there are many things that you can do, like the dimple. You would be able to mirror that, but you'll find that same the same geometry on each side of their face, and you can do that with the dimple. Is to just now also. What I've been doing now, I'm going to take you here to another thing. Is let's put in a piece of let's go to Terradome, and we're going to go here to default Terradome. Let's put Terradome, and let's go into props. And let's go our A zone. Let's put an A zone in here. And the thing is with land is because these pieces of land, okay, let's take a look at this piece of land. This piece of land is gigantic, okay? Now that little square is where is our square here? Let's go into texture shaded. See, yeah, this, you know that this square in the middle is actually quite large because our figure would be a tiny little figure there in the middle, a little dot, okay, in the middle. So this land is really large. So, but when we look at this land in wireframe, this land, is A zone. Okay, I think I've got to be... Okay, well, this land is... It's not incredibly... Well, let's zoom in now. Let's put a sphere in the center of our scene.
a sphere. Except, okay, now let's zoom in on this sphere. And now you can see that this land, even though it looks like it's, and we'll turn off our box here. Show floor. Okay, so this is our land, and if you can see, these little boxes aren't that small. They're not incredibly small. So what you want to do is take this sphere, this land. No, I can't speak for Ed. I hope you didn't. I hope you did. I hope you guys can work together. So yeah, probably he's still here. Let's hope he is. He has his time when he likes to talk and times when he likes to watch. So now let's take this piece of land, this Terradome land, and let's scale it to like 50%. Okay, or let's go even more. Let's go down to 40%. Okay? And now suddenly this land has much more geometry in it. But what's really cool is when you scale this land down, you can still use Terradome's morphing. So we're going to put some let's put up some mountains here. No, that's not the one. Edit, undo. Let's see if we can get what's this Merlin's mount? Okay, that doesn't work. Edit. Well, that kind of does work, but edit, undo. Let's see. Mountain lakes. Okay, let's try this. Oh, that didn't work. Edit, undo. Edit. Okay, Control Z. There we go. I use Control Z. Here we go. Let's call this the well. Let's see what this does. Okay, I'm liking this. Let's use this. All right. So what we have now is this area here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put water in here into our scene. And the 3D water, let's see what this looks like now in Iray. Okay, let's bring the water up a little bit. Y translate. So it fills in our... Okay, so we have some water here. I'll bring it up some more here. All right. Little waterway here. Now, what we can do here is, because we made this nice and fine, Rupert, I'm not sure if I remember Rupert. Maybe Sigmund? Sigmund wouldn't, I don't know, wouldn't like being put there, I don't think. Okay, so we're going to now go to the geometry editor. Render settings. So let's go to tools. Again, now to geometry editor. And then we're going to take and select the land, 3D zone. go into texture shaded mode. Okay, we have this. Okay, so we're going to go selection type, drag selection. Okay, so I'm going to hold the control key, and now you notice when I drag this selection that I can see, because the squares are kind of tiny there, that I can drag this selection here and select the coast. You see? So I can take and come in here and select this area. And bring that in like that. And then I can take and switch this to the still holding the control key. I can take this lasso. I can bring this in here like this. And I can select that area as well. And then we can go back into this drag selection, and we just go and do a little bit more here. See, it's pretty fine because I took and I made this, I shrunk it and made the geometry smaller. Okay. And we go a little bit in here. And a little along here. So now we create and try not to leave if you can make it smoother by coming in, and try not to leave it looking like really shredded and jagged, is try to make it as smooth as you can. So then up a little higher maybe. And if I hold the alternate key, I can take a little bit off the control key. So now we right click, geometry assignment, and create surface from selected. We're going to call this coast. Accept. Okay, now you go here, right click, and you go geometry selection, invert the selection, and now I have everything selected except that. Okay? Then I can right click and say geometry selection, then assign, create surface from selected, and this will call this mainland. Mainland, accept. Okay. So now these are totally separate. Well, it's still thinking now. But you see, this land, I'm not stuck with this land. If I want, I can use Mesh Grabber and put little hills, and I can put little landing areas and pull this up and bring this out more even if I want to, okay? So this, we're not stuck. I think it's still computing. That was a lot of land that it had to. Now, yeah, it's still building. Okay, so now there are two surfaces. Now we can go here. And when I click on the A zone here and go to surfaces, we have the whole terrain, and then we have mainland and coast. So let's go with the coast and put some kind of grassy thing on it. Default shaders. Grass or ground. Ground. Okay. There's GROUND. Okay, let's try this. Dirt. Well, let me find something with moss and stuff. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, editor. Let's go now into back to here. That's coast. All right, let's do this one here. And then let's do the coast one, which is something different. All right, now we go into Iray. And you see what we have? We have this. Now the water. I've got different materials for the water. Let's see what we have here. Tiles. Tiling. Where's the water? Okay, murky. There we go. And now these little edge pieces, we go back to the A zone. I can say with the terrain and the coast, I can come here and make that higher quality by just bringing these tiles up and saying, bring the tiles up to like 5 and 5. See how that just made it like even finer along the edge? And the same, these rocks here might look. So let's go to the mainland. And these, let's go here and 5 and 5. Okay, so that gives us a little bit. Now we go into UltraScatter. Let's find some pebbles. Pebbles. And in our smart content files, I just want one. Okay, let's take that pebble, sandstone. Let's put that in the scene. Okay, I don't see where it is, so I think we're fine. Now let's go here to products, UltraScatter. Where is it? There it is. So we have our pebble selected, UltraScatter. Now we select our target object. The geometry editor is something very valuable. Okay, so we're going to scatter this onto our A zone, right? But what down here, when you say limit, like notice now these surfaces show up here. And there's our coast. And let's put 5,000 little pebbles. Restrict it to, oh, we got to go out of here. We don't have a camera yet. So let's go to, let's do this so that we have some sky in our scene. Oh, that's pretty. Okay. There we go. So now, put a camera, create a new camera, copy the perspective view, save this as Placid Lake, Placid Stream. We'll call it that. Okay. With a little Viking ship maybe we'll put in there. But let's see now. So this, we're going to go back here, select our pebble. It's somewhere in the scene. It's just not in our purview. So we're going to open this up. We're going to select our land, the A zone that we shrunk, remember, and we put our zones here. And here's our coast zone. And let's go 10,000. Okay, 10,000 pieces of rock. Let's see, and this restricted to our camera view. And distribution, we want just everywhere. Let's do the Perlin thing. And scaling, we want scale them from 100% to 25%. We'll do this Perlin noise again. Rotation, we want to just rotate them on the Y. Well, in X, Y, and Z, we'll do them all a little bit so that they rotate in all kinds of different ways. Okay, and surface scatter. Now we're just scattering it to this little area, these little rocks. They may be too big, so we'll see. Now I have this new processor. So this is 18 cores scattering these 10,000 rocks. So, and then we're going to scatter some grass along here. And different kinds of things. So we're making our own ultra scenery, okay? So now you know about zones and about being able to take, but you can't just do that with any piece of land. You have to have land that is fine enough so that when you select it, they're not big, gigantic chunks. So that's the secret to this, okay? And so I have a 18 core i9 and EVGA X299 processor, motherboard, and two 3090 graphics cards, and 96 gigs of 3000 speed, 3000 megahertz RAM, a whole bunch of hard drives, and four gigabyte solid state drive. So it's calculating the scattering points. So yeah, I put everything into my computer. So I don't own a house, I rent. I live pretty poor from there. I go to the food pantry sometimes and beg for food. So, but I have a computer, and I can use this same computer to make my music. Yeah. And Ted, I am here to share this computer because there are a lot of people that don't have computers, okay? They don't have nice computers. Look at these rocks coming up now. Well, see, they're way, 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 way too big. Okay? And they're all like one color. So let's go back into UltraScatter. So let's see, scaling. Let's go down. Let's take don't inherit. Well, inherit the object scale, but inherit from, let's say, 25 to 2%. Let's see what that does. Scatter. And so what I would suggest is then putting in different rocks with different materials and scattering them like that. This computer, this is another reason why I am online, is because a lot of people can't, they can't swing it. They've got their car, they got house payments, or they've got to take care of a family, and they don't get to use a computer like this. Well, we're here. We're all working together. You're watching what I'm doing. We're all using my computer together, and that's the best thing. Now, I could be sitting, and doing this alone and just working on this alone, but then we wouldn't all have the experience of using a computer like this, watching it do UltraScatter so fast, putting 10,000 rocks on so I'm here to share this with you, okay? So anybody, I'm not expecting anybody to help me. I don't make a dime off of this Daz channel so far. I am not monetized. I don't make any money from ads. If you see ads on my videos, somebody else is getting the money from them, not me. So I'm not getting any money from this channel. So if you want to support me, you have to put money in my PayPal account. So that's pretty much it. That's the only way I get supported. And I just put out $500 for this. The new chip in my computer, this 18 core, to buy one brand new, it is $1,000. And I just got one off of Amazon, refurbished, for $520 or $30, something like that. So yeah, I have to buy things. It was a 50% off sale. So, but it was refurbished, and I knew that Amazon was good about, okay, now it's putting these rocks up here. Now they're little teeny rocks. This is exactly what we wanted. Okay, just something to make it look like they're really rocks, okay? Like there's that they're not just an image sitting there, but they're actual rocks, okay? So why not? Well, thank you, Habib. That's very nice. Well, so my computer is yours, and so we're maybe not completely. I do kind of decide what we're going to do from moment to moment, but I will stop to show you how to do dimples, okay? So now now we're going to put in a piece of some grass. Let's find some grass. And let's do this with let's find okay, let's put this in the scene and see if it's Iray. Emission color. It is Iray. So we'll use this piece of grass clump, and then let's go into the products here. Now this is going to be a little more difficult because I'm not sure how high this is, so we're going to go by feet, centimeters, feet, So we're measuring things in feet, and I would say that I'm just going to guess that it's probably about 10 feet up here. So let's scatter. We're going to scatter to our A zone, and we're going to scatter to the terrain area. We're going to restrict it to our camera view so it doesn't put grass everywhere. And we're going to put, let's see, 15,000, let's go 30,000, no, 40,000 pieces of grass. And we're going to distribute it elevation up to minimum 1,000, minimum, okay, feet. Minimum would be 0. Let's go minus 100. And maximum would be 10 feet. Let's say 15 feet. Okay. And I'm not sure how this fall off works, so I'm not going to use that right now. We'll use the Perlin noise and scaling. We're going to go 100% to, we'll go 100% to 40%. Let's go 30%. Some short pieces. And rotation, we're just going to scale it along the Y. Well, Y, like a rotation. And then we'll do a little bit, like 5%, so that it scales a tiny bit left and right a little bit. 5% here. And I think we're ready. Settings for the terrain. Let's scatter it and see what happens. Yeah, well, believe me, you're Ted, that was very nice of you to say that about sharing. Your company, you guys keeping me company while I work like this. You're sharing your time, your intellect, and your own expertise, like reminding me to use Control Z. That's very, very valuable to me too. So I value your time and your input and you guys helping me. So it directs me into certain areas that I wouldn't necessarily have gone into. So now we're putting, what was it, 30,000, 40,000 pieces of grass here. So I'm not sure how far this goes over the hill. But if that goes way over the hill and for a long distance, it could put grass all the way out there. So we could end up with not very much grass here. So what I should have done was probably limited this. If I don't end up with much grass in the scene, it's like I don't see any grass. So I did something wrong here. What I do for a bathtub scene is I just try every water. You could just use a plane, but the trick is that it's got to work, it's got to respond right with the lighting that's in your bathroom, whether if it's spotlights and ghost lights and all kinds of other lights. It has to respond well to it, okay? So what you do is you just select whatever plane that you use. When I use a bathtub, what I usually do is I pick a, I use a cylinder, and I stretch, and then I size the cylinder so it's like only like one thick, you know, and then I make the cylinder oval so it fits the tub as best I can. And then you can use mesh grabber on the cylinder, and you can drag that cylinder to the edges so that it fits the tub perfectly. And then you just try every water shader that you have on it until you find one that gets you in the ballpark of what you're looking for a reflection for the water. And then you can go into the shader and you can tweak it in different ways to find the best solution. So we didn't even end up with one piece of grass here. So cancel. What I need to do is I need to, okay, we're going to take our camera. If I'm looking at this camera, right, okay, we're going to go here to our camera view and just make sure that the camera view is the same. Okay, now, okay, I'm going to take this camera and lock it, edit, object, lock. See, I've had these problems many times with UltraScatter, of like scattering 40,000 pieces and not ending up with even one. Now let's look, and this is what it says, that it didn't scatter anything. So I've set something wrong here. But what I can do now is create another surface. So we're going to go to our land. Where's our land? The A zone. Mainland. And let's go into Geometry Editor. Tool Settings. Okay, now let's go to Geometry Editor. There, it's selected. So now what I can do here is I can take this piece of land here. We're going to take and look at our A zone from our perspective view. And where's my camera? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my camera's right here, I think. Let's zoom in a little more. Yeah, that's my camera. So what I will do is take this zone, and we're going to go to our selection, geometry selection, and go to our lasso, and I don't need this, so I'm going to hold alternate, and I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to just unselect that and unselect this and unselect this. Now let's make sure that when we look at our camera view, we don't have any, yeah, see, I messed up. So we're going to hold Control. We're going to select that. Okay. And let's go back to perspective view. Alternate, Don't think I need this. Let's go back to the camera view. That's all fine. Okay. So what we're going to do is create now another zone. Geometry assignment. Create surface from selected. And this is going to be land small zone. So when I'm scattering, it's not trying to scatter along that whole or even look at it. Small zone. Okay. Now it's trying to create that area. Now I can take this mainland and copy the surface and paste it here. And this mainland here, I can probably just turn the cutout opacity off because we're not going to see it anyway. Save this. So now when we go and we want to use our small zone to now, so we're going to go this UltraScatter and we're going to go back into it and we're going to select it and we're going to scatter to small zone. And let's go back to centimeters. Distribution minus, okay, maximum. Okay, 15 centimeters. So let's go 1,000 centimeters. Elevation and minus 1,000. Let's just let it do here centimeters and see. I probably won't reach even the top of that hill there, but slope, we're not going to mess with that. Scaling 30 to 100. Rotation is all good. 5 and 5. Okay. Surface scatter. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, so that's what I do. I don't have any particular bathwater shader that I like, my go-to shader. I don't have any particular water shader in general. Because I just go into my shaders and type in water. And sometimes I will even go like with something like mirror, like type in mirror or type in chrome, you know, or something like a metal surface, you know, or, you know, it all depends on just how it works with the light and what kind of effect you're looking to. So that's the same way when I make music where I say I want to have some strings in here, but do I want to use the Philadelphia, you know, Philharmonic strings, or do I want to use the Berlin strings, or do I want to use, you know, this synthesizer's, you know, strings or those? So it's what in music is called orchestrating, where you just try different sounds until the right sound blends and fits in with your music the right way. Well, that's what you're doing with filters. Is you're orchestrating and trying different shaders until you get one that blends into your scene. Because lighting is very, very weird, and especially lights that come with certain scenes, with certain with certain environments where they're not even really Daz lights. They've created their own lights from scratch, some weird stuff like that, and added weird things into those lights that I mean I've had some scenes that had like fog in the scene that they built from the ground up, and because of their fog was in the scene, VDBs wouldn't work in their scene, and it wasn't until I deleted their fog that the VDB would work. So a lot of these artists that create scenes and create their own lights right from the ground up. They go in and use all of these weird things in the light hierarchy, the DNA of lighting. And so it's impossible to tell how a certain shader is going to respond to that light without just putting it on and trying every shader that you have until you pick the one you like. And so there's if I had a go-to shader, I would say, oh, I really like this particular shader, but when it comes to HDRIs, I can tell you that those the dimension theory, those ones are like, try them first. And that's kind of, but then there are some scenes where they just didn't work at all. And so it really, so I would say with HDRIs, I usually go to the dimension theories. Those are really the first ones that pop in my mind to try. Okay, we got some grass. So just switching it to centimeters seems to have worked. And it looks like we got lots of grass. We're only halfway through, and our land is pretty populated. So, but it's going all the way up to the top of the hill, which I didn't want it to do. So we can go back. Wow, this looks pretty nice. So I don't want it up here. So let's see if we can now we'll go back into here. Okay, so this would be distribution and the maximum. So let's say the maximum, how many centimeters? Let's go 500 and see what happens with that. Surface scatter. So if it doesn't have to scatter it up on the mountain, then it's got more to scatter along the grass. And I should probably put some tall pieces of grass in here and all. Some hay, like sprigs, tall, hay or sweet grass or something. To just break it up a little bit. So for the longest time, see, this is why I'm showing you this, because for the longest time I would use this Terradome and my land would just go into the water, and that would be it. There was no coastline, okay? And so that's the and so it just looked terrible. And so having this ability to create a coastline for your land, this is something amazing, okay? It's amazing, the ability to take and put these little teeny rocks along and scatter them all along that surface, and then being able to isolate the other surface, invert this surface, and the part that you didn't collect, because if you went around and tried to select around all of that, So it's better to, once you have this, your surface along the coast selected, you go into geometry edit and say, just invert the selected. Select everything but what I have selected. And then you don't have to follow along and draw a little line. I tried that before I tried the invert one. And you don't want like it to overlap and to go over your stones. I suppose you could have it overlap a little so that the grass goes down into some of your coastal stones. It's all a matter of what you want to do, but it's nice to be able to just invert it like this. So let's see how high now. We've gone to, maybe my grass will only go up like so high, because 1,000 centimeters, I would say that's pretty close to the top of that thing, but maybe it's like much higher. I don't have a human in the scene, so I really have nothing to gauge and tell me how really small everything is here. Or there's no, and the center of this world is not here. It's somewhere else, and maybe once I'm done doing all this UltraScatter stuff, I might move this all to the center of this of the world. But you can't do that until you're done your UltraScatter, all your UltraScatter stuff. Till you don't think you're going to need UltraScatter again. And it's good to do things wide, because you can always make it a little more narrow, your field of vision. But when you're scattering, you don't want to have to say, oh, I need this image in 16, I need it in, like widescreen, and then you make your screen wide and your UltraScatter didn't scatter to the width that you need. That's why sometimes I'll back off the scene a little bit and then do my UltraScatter, then zoom back in. Okay, here we go. It looks, all right, we did it. We got it up almost there. So I think if I go around 300, we'll have this mountain. So there's our 500 centimeter height, is right about there. There's nothing above that. So if we go, well, these look like they're sort of above it, but are they? Or is that an illusion? So let's go now back to here into UltraScatter, and let's go for distribution. Let's go 300 maximum. Okay, and now we know roughly where our height is, so that when we do the tall grass, then we can we'll know that 300 centimeters is the top. I always wondered how some of these things are like very mysterious to me. Like, how does it know not to put the grass on the other side of the plane? But I do have it selected for camera, but even then, it knows which part of the mountain, of the land, is on the top somehow, and that boggles my mind, how that stuff gets written into the program so that it knows these things. So yeah, this is 18 cores right now, helping to figure this out. I did not overclock my computer. I don't want to go in there someday and just find a bunch of melted stuff. And I don't like water cooling my computer. I could get a water cooler for $100, but if it sprouts a leak and I go in and there's like $10,000 worth of computer parts all destroyed, I'm not going to put a water cooler in. So I'm not going to overclock. So, and right now, my temperatures, I have a temperature gauge right here, and so we're doing some pretty heavy duty stuff here. Let's take a look at our temperature thing. Well, it's up in the other monitor. Let's see. Input HDMI 1. Okay. So we're under load right now. And we're at like 44, 49, 47. I don't know if this UltraScatter is actually being done. It may not be using my 18 cores to do this. Well, let's look and see. What's this using? No, it's not using the CPU at all to do this UltraScatter thing. Only 5%. So UltraScatter it's definitely using my GPU here. So it's saying how you know what, it's not using a lot. You would think, I bet there's a way to accelerate this a little bit more. Maybe we can get out the guy who makes UltraScatter to accelerate. Nothing seems to be really being used. This 3D is down to is just at 4%, and the memory is using a lot of memory right now, 22%. It might be all being done in the memory, in the computer memory. There's a let's see. I don't think, okay, that's over here, this 3D. Yeah, see, I did something to my computer. Mine doesn't show CUDAs anymore. I did something. Now this GPU is going way up like at that. Oh, it's distributing them. Mine doesn't have the CUDA anymore. I did something inside, and ever since I did that, it's okay. Now there's no grass up here. Now I'm going to show you another, and there's no grass up there too. So this is nice. This is exactly one. I just wanted a differentiation, and that's good. Now, and we don't want all the same grass. Now I'm going to show you another really cool thing that you can do. We're going to put in a piece of some other kind of grass. Let's find a tall, white kind of grass, like a sprigs of hay or something. And let's see. Okay, what's this? I think I've got some better stuff than that. Here we go. Probably one of our Mr. Frost's masterpieces. Okay, Wallaby Grass. I'm quite sure this is one of his. Now, let's see. Grass patch. That's what we want right there. So we'll put that in the scene. There's our grass patch 1. And then we're going to go here back to our script. Okay, so we're going to take this okay. We're going to open that up. Now when it says import settings, select a scatter. See, these previous scatters are here. So if I select that, I don't have to put any of that stuff in. It's all here, and it just, all of that stuff. Now what I want to do though is I don't want as much hay. So we're going to go with 20,000. Okay, of these. But then in this distribution, this is important. All the places where it put the grass, if I invert this map, like just invert it and turn it inside out. Then it will only put these grass patches in the places where there's no green grass. Isn't that cool? So look how quickly I was able to do that. Yeah, so this... Yeah, I read on the... I don't know exactly how this happened, but I read on this forum about letting Windows handle the CUDA cores or something, and how it made everything a million times faster and something like that. And so I went in and I had to edit all this deep stuff in I don't know, it wasn't in the registry, I don't think, but it was something with 3D management and all this stuff. And after I did that, I can't access CUDA cores anymore. It's this 3D thing. And I don't know what I did. I don't know how to undo it. Yeah, I'm just give me a bandwagon and I'll hop right on. So my CUDA cores things is gone now, which I used to watch my CUDA cores like crazy. Now all I got is 3D. So let's see how this works. So the height and all those rotation things. Habib, you take care. You have thank you for coming in. Thank you for keeping Ted and Angus. And let's see, we've got and Ed and all of us together. Thanks for keeping us company and for coming in and talking with us and putting your input. Make sure that you click on the bell for notifications so you know when I'm live again. Come back in, be part of this. You are welcome here at EZ3DTV, okay? And even when I end up someday having 50 people all talking at the same time in the chat, I'm still going to try to read the chat and answer this what's within a reasonable kind of amount of okay, something's wrong here. Okay, so I didn't select which zone I wanted it on, so we've got it going down into the water and coming up out. So all I've got to do is go back here. So thank you, Ed, for keeping us company and being part of this and adding your input. It was very, very nice having you here. You're awesome. Thank you. You are too, Habib. You are. And love yourself and you take care. Be part of things. Come in here and be with us. Land small zone. It is still selected on the small zone. Oh, maybe it was reflecting off of the water, and that's what made it look like. Let's cancel this and get... No, it doesn't look like... It just looks like... But I think I've got too much of this tall grass because there's a lot of it in here. I think I put too much the tall grass in. So let's go in here and take some out. So thank you very much. Have a good sleep, Habib. You take care. Very nice to have you here. Scaling. I hope Ed is still maybe... Ed usually just doesn't hang around much longer than like 10 o'clock my time. And right now it's it's 6:10, but I thought it was when he said it was midnight. I was thinking it must be at least 10 or something here. So if it's midnight there, 7, 8, 9, 10, he's somewhere in Europe. Habib is somewhere in Europe. So we're going to go distribution, and we're going to go into the settings, and we'll just go with 10,000. So surface scatter. Let's go just with 10,000 of these. Of the tall grass. Let's see. All right. So we are scattering. I've got some of my music here. That we can listen to while we are waiting for my computer.
The breeze is cool on my skin, like your touch I feel within, softly. The air is fragrant with warm summer rain. I yearn to feel your love again. Softly you speak, softly you hear, softly you smile.
What do we got here?
You are near, softly. So I whisper, I love you. Say sweet words that are true.
Here we go.
Softly you speak, softly you hear.
Well, that's a lot of grass still, but that's better. That's better than.
When you are near,
All right. How about a few dandelions? Okay, grass patch, A zone. We're just only going to do 500 of those. Okay. Oh, I should have picked another pattern, so.
stay with me today. Never take your love away. If I start to fall apart,
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that very much. My voice is my number one quality in my entire life. I've known that since I was like 12 years old, that my voice was. And you know, I'm a songwriter. You'd think that I would like pick my songwriting and my intellect and all of that stuff, and that my songwriting is my writing is my number one thing, but it's not. Okay, there's dandelions in there. You can barely see them, but they're there. Okay, we're gonna save this. Let's pick a sky. This gray sky that's me playing the harmonica. That's the first instrument I learned to play in my life. Some kind of okay, some kind of EQing thing going. All right, let's find a sky, an HDRI. Here we go. Browse. HDRI. Oh, I didn't know you lived in Nashville. I've sung in Nashville before. No, it wasn't Nashville, it was Memphis. I was passing through on the bus, and so I grabbed my guitar and went into one of their taverns there and sung for free drinks. Back in my drinking days. Yeah. Way back. Passing through. Yeah, I liked it there. That was very nice. Very nice. Well, I lived in Texas for a while. In Dallas. Let's see what this looks like.
Days slip away. Where they go, no one can say.
Let's try this one. Copy. We're going back into our dimension theory. Okay, I don't know why his don't show up. This is Sunset J.
The sun shines for you.
Let's see what this does.
And it's a
Sunny day.
I'm still holding on.
This grass is coming up. Oh, I know why it's coming up from the ground. Okay, I have to set the minimum because there's below this thing that I selected is this, and it's got, when it got inverted, there's grass all down here. That's kind of nice. It's a little bit, it just reminds me of Norway, that all that contrast. And okay, so we have to, let me go in here and find just something quick that looks nice here. We'll look in my, this would be in render settings. Let's find an HDRI in here. They're just kind of quick and ready. Yes, it is a marsh. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that effect in this particular case. Because it just disturbs the bank that I worked so hard to kind of perfect. Holding on. Where are they? We'll just find something, anything that works for now. Oh, these are clouds. These don't. Okay, that's why they look so weird, because they're just not, it's not a real sky, I don't think. I've got to eat something. It's just so kind of disappointing to buy all these HDRI files and not have them show up in your content. They're just all hidden. None of these, they're not here. Okay, let's go into the products. Even the actual kits here, they're just not here. Let's try one of these daytime ones. I'm just going to grab anything so I can fix the ground. Kind of something that works. This works, but let's rotate it and see if we can get a better angle on it. Here's one of my country songs. This one you can actually see some of the ground through the
My child, you are young, a baby to me. You will grow strong, and you will.
Those aren't the pebbles that I scattered, though.
And I will care for you through many hard
These kind of look scary,
times. See you through.
these clouds.
We may be poor, don't have much to give, but we are rich.
One of my online friends asked me if I would yodel
It's how we can
in one of my songs, and
fend for
so like a year or so went by, and
we can share.
then finally I thought, I think I'll
sleep so serene, slumber and
I think I'm going to keep this for now.
troubles unseen, in summer so green.
All right, so now we're going to go in. What's really showing up the most is the
Spring will
I'll try it some Northern Lights too.
you will talk. I'll teach
Let's get this grass out of the grass patch.
you to walk. Your mama and
Ultra.
will care for you through many hard
Let's get UltraScatter back.
see you through. We may be poor, we don't
Have much to give.
but we are
All right, so we have to go into
love that we live.
distribution. Minimum, we would go. Let's just try 0.
We'll keep you safe from the cold winter snow. So sleep so serene, slumber and dream. Leave troubles unseen, in summer so green. Yodelay, yodelay.
I think I raised the water quite a bit. The water was at 0. So I think it's actually got to go up more than like to 20 or 30 centimeters.
Slumber and dream, leave troubles unseen, in summers so green.
Yeah, Bob Dylan was a huge influence on my music. And George Strait, I love George Strait, so I was a big fan of his music as well. The old country, like I'm a big like Johnny Cash,
My
and
heart feels like a water.
that's my favorite kind of country, is like country and western.
Reason for it all.
So the urban country. I'm not as
Feelings flow and you know.
I'm not as big on the urban country as I am on the.
Wherever you go.
It looks like this. I can't really tell for sure that there's grass down here, but I bet there's grass growing in the water.
There's so much that we can do.
Okay, so now let's see.
And
I think it's going to look pretty much the same,
I'm with you.
because it's got to. I have to.
Love we can share.
I have to bring it up a few centimeters.
Love can take us anywhere. I see.
I just started to visualize that Northern Lights thing, and I think that could be very nice.
Morning sunrise.
We could add some kind of distant light, like a colored distant light to bring that in.
And all the dreams we fantasize.
Yeah, see, it's still they're still down in the water here, so
I find
what I got to do is just bring it up a little bit.
I love the things you say.
So now you figure, okay, well, what if I want a patch of cattails or something? Well, you just take that area and you create a surface there, and then you create all these surfaces and you join them together into one surface. Okay, so now we're going to go for distribution minimum. We're going to go, let's go
Upon my pillow.
25, let's go 25 centimeters.
And I love the words
Try
you
this.
said. as they echo through my mind. In their passion, love's enshrined,
I don't think there'll be any in the water now.
and I find in every way. I love
I'm getting tired,
say
and I think it's because I haven't eaten.
in the love you relay. You are
I have many, many styles, many people. I own 2,000 vinyl records. So I'm a very, very musical, lots of influences like Supertramp and the Beatles and Bob Seger and Aerosmith, just from everywhere, like all kinds of different country music, and Jeannie C. Riley. I just love every kind of music. I'm gonna tell you all a story about a Harper Valley widowed wife. Yeah, I love that kind. My favorite is like country western, and probably I might even like hillbilly music even better than country and western, you know? So, and I like yeah, I like hillbilly music, and I like Americana music.
my fingers through your hair. Our time to
But then I like pop music and Nat King Cole and Frank Sinatra. I like all kinds of Connie Francis. Yeah, I like all kinds of music. The Cure and
a million feelings go through my mind.
yeah, I like all that. This came out really nice how the grass just comes up to the... No, it's still in the water. It's not that far. Well, it's way down in here, so... Yeah, it just messes up the... Have I got the right thing here? This is the grass patch. Yeah, it is. Okay.
When I touch you and you touch me and we make love.
Well, those albums I bought years ago. Yeah, many, many years ago. I bought those albums over 20 years ago. Yep. So we're gonna go 40. I'm not gonna mess with this anymore. We're gonna go 40 centimeters and see if we can get this to scatter up above the... That's me playing my electric guitar.
Our melody, it is requite as we partake in love's delight. I find a peace to reconcile.
Come on.
Serenity.
I like how the rocks are showing up here. I'm not sure that I could achieve that with other. This is really nice how we've got transparency and then reflection off on the side. That's a very difficult effect. If I had been trying to make this effect, I could never have done that. Oh my gosh, really? Whoa. Ted, very nice. A Chet Atkins Gretsch. I can see that in my head. That's beautiful. Whoa. Wow. Very nice. Yeah, I have about 17 guitars. And but they're 17 stringed instruments, let's call it that, because I have a mandolin, I have a lap steel, I have a banjo, I have 2 violins, and I have a resonator guitar. I have a Telecaster, a Stratocaster, Les Paul, and it's not a Les Paul. Well, all of my guitars are all Chinese knockoffs. I've got, guitar. I paid like $60 for my violin, and paid $100 for my other violin. I have a hollow body electric. I have nylon and a... Okay, at least we don't have grass coming up out of here, so we got to go a little further. We've got to go a little higher, a little bit higher with the grass, I think. We still got grass coming up out of here, and I don't want it coming up out of here. A little bit here. So we're going to keep going up here with this. Let's go. Oh, edit, undo, cancel. Let's go 75. Let's try that. Okay, what I want to do with this is also just to change the seed of the grass, I guess. Because the dandelions are in the purlin. Yeah, I have those a drum set, but those pads, that they're like little things that are like about that thick, and it's a whole drum set with cymbals and everything, but they're not real cymbals. They're like things that you hit and it sends MIDI into my computer. And got a nylon guitar. And I've got a couple acoustics and a 12 string. Yeah. So I would say probably I'm a singer, then a songwriter, and then a guitar player, and then probably a keyboard player. Those are... So the reason why I put singer before I put songwriter is because I feel in some ways my ability to sing is like some sort of talent that I spent many years making my voice strong, but I feel like something I was given, so.
For your touch and everything you do, I love you so much. Even when you're gone, I feel you are here at night and in the dawn. I know you are near. Together you and I.
It looks like my grass is down here too, and it's probably underwater as well. But I'm going to leave it there. It looks okay. It could be like you said, swamp grass, or grass grows underwater. Marsh grass. Wow, it's putting 6,000 of these. Okay, now there's no more grass. They're not in the... All right. I think they could go, well,
I never
no, I guess this is
feel
it. So
alone.
they start up
You're
here
always
with
by my
this.
side.
All right,
You
we're gonna save this.
found a
This is
home
how it's gonna go.
to keep this love alive, like a fountain of spring in all that you do.
All right, so let's try. Let's think the what is it?
I hold so true, though tempest may storm.
Northern. Let's look for some northern lights here. And
Your love keeps me warm. Your love we unite.
okay, let's see if those aurora.
Together
It would be
you
the
and
aurora
I,
borealis.
Our love is amorous. You're the reason why we found the two of us.
Okay, let's go into here. Explore product. Okay, I'm gonna save this file. Save as scene. Alright.
In this tenderness,
Southern Lights, yes.
two of us.
Glenn Campbell. No, those are Southern Nights. Southern Nights. Have you ever seen Southern Nights? Yes, let's see. We've got environments, render settings. Here we go. Let's try this one. Wow. Whoa. This program is so surprising. This just it's such a surprise to see how like a northern star.
Shining bright through the night, in love's delight, a beautiful sight.
This looks better than the other one did, even though you can't see through the I'm wondering why this
Your love, your love is always there. I feel you everywhere to comfort me when I'm lost again.
wow.
Till I feel that
I think I like this the best.
like an eagle, flying high, way up in your sky. So many reasons, through times and seasons, our love remains strong, and we belong in each other's arms. I'm always dreaming of the warmth of your love.
Okay.
The warmth of your love. The warmth of your love. is ours to hold. His passions
Let's see what we got here.
unfold. Every word speaks of you, proclaims love so true. As we live through love found by few, I cherish every day more than words can say. Many dreams I relive, every moment that you give of your precious time.
Oh, yes.
Whatever we
Let's see what we have here.
I live for your embrace.
X translate.
Remind me of the warmth of your love. The warmth of
Go on this.
your love.
I don't think this is going to fit in here. If I scale it down, it's not going to look right. No.
Life can be a storm, searching for arms that are warm to hold you through the night, with love that's shining bright through inclement weather. We find love together. No one really knows the way love goes. There's a fire that burns and a heart that yearns when love is found. Feelings astound, they flow on through.
Okay, let's see what we have here
Love
for.
that is true.
Let's see if we can find some northern lights. Save as scene. 3.
Through times and seasons,
Let's see southern lights.
love has its reasons, and we partake
That would be in here in files.
in the love we make, holding on tight to love with all our might.
I have northern lights like they you place them in the sky. Yeah, look at here we go. Southern lights. Let's see what this is. Let's go into this explore product.
The way love goes.
This is the prop. Okay, we got to go into perspective view. Okay. Y, rotate. X, translate. This is, see this, you can hear in my voice the Bob Dylan influence in this song.
Since we met, my world's a better place. The years spent alone, your love erased. We have a life loved and fulfilled. You're the only one to take me up that hill. What we have now is more than this. You showed me how the way love is. All I ever need is in your kiss. 'Cause you are the way love is. Love is you. And
Okay, let's
love
take
is
this.
bliss. 'Cause I found in you the way love is. You are the way love is.
See what this looks like. They may not show up at all because of the sky. Oh, there we go.
Many seek to find a love so divine. You brought me mine in love's design. Through sunny weather and over peaceful seas, our love together, your love carries.
There we
What
go.
have now is more than this.
The sky's got to go up
You showed me how the way love is.
because it's in front of the.
All I ever need is in your
Edit.
kiss. 'Cause you are the way love is. Love is you, and love is bliss. 'Cause I found in you
Z.
the way love is. You are the way love is.
Okay, we're gonna.
have meaning, or words make no sense. Words can disrupt and break the silence. Words say hello and words say goodbye. Words are true or words can be a lie. Words so profound and words that resound. Words communicate and words captivate. Words of pride and words of regret.
There we go.
Words we keep and some forget. There are words for everything. Words describe anything. Spoken words and words we sing. Some words are just babbling. Words that heal. Words that heal. There are words for everything.
Okay, now we've got to have some little bit of fog in here. It's too crisp. Everything's too crisp.
Words that encourage, words that tear down, words with a smile and words with a frown, words that are loud and words that are soft, shallow words and words that are lost. There are words for everything, words describe anything, spoken words and words we sing. Some words are just babbling, words that we feel, words that heal. There are words for everything. There are words for everything.
Yeah, let me see.
There are words for
All right, let me see. Let's see about making it darker. I'm not sure that I wanted to go nighttime, but we'll see. It's a good. We can try things. We can try different things. I kind of like the evening look of it, because if it's night, then everything's going to be black, But when there's sun, then I can spread the light in different various ways, and I kind of like that idea. Let's see now. But I can make the sky, maybe go darker with the sky and still be able to pull off the sun, these lights. So I could put a distant light and make it and bring some kind of just before the sun goes down kind of thing in so also. Let's see now about where is my fog, Spindly? I've got to turn off. Okay. Oh no, not that one. Edit, undo. Let's go back to our camera. Let's see what this fog looks like. All right, there's fog in here. It's a little bit high. Let's go down a little bit with the fog.
Okay, I've got a problem here with... Now, when I bring these VDBs in, sometimes I end up with a problem here. And I have to go out of Daz and come back in to fix it. Like it's a little patchwork thing that happens where parts of the scenes like disappear. Like like parts of the scene keep wanting to come and go. Let's take this. It's actually here, but it's just not showing. So what I'm going to do is just get the fog set right. Alright, that would be in the density. Let's go to 2, let's see what the density happens here. Okay, that's enough. Alright, so let's save this. Let's go to our, I have the land turned off so that I can manipulate the scene a little better. Let's go to this environment setting. Okay, I'm going to save this again. Save as. Scene. Placid. Stream. Okay. No. Okay. This will be 4. The
eagle that flies over mountains and seas, the lone prairie moon and the song in the night.
All right, let's go to this environment. Let's bring the environment down to 0.3.
Now I keep on thinking, but I don't know why.
0.1.
Sounds so easy when you say goodbye. And I hope you're thinking, but I don't know why.
Let's go
I'll
to
be your memory.
6.
Time can't deny.
Wow, that's pretty. Now let's see. Let's turn on our grassing zone here. Wow. And
I've never been to Spain, but I have found love, and I've seen the rain that comes from
let's
above.
make this a little bit yellow.
The rivers that roll by, the eagle that flies, the lone prairie moon and the song in the night. Now I keep on thinking, but I don't know why. The words sound so easy when you say goodbye.
Bring the southern lights down a little more.
And I hope you're thinking, but I don't know
Y scale, this would be Y.
that I'll be your memory that time can't deny. That I'll be your memory that time can't deny. That I'll be your memory that time can't deny.
Let's see what we got here now.
are together, we feel this emotion. There is just us and our devotion. We hold on tight. Love will follow with all of our might.
Okay, so now let's try a distant light here.
There's nothing more I'd rather do than stay by your side, to always love you. Our love is true in your sweet virtue, for I was made to always love you.
Okay, I don't think, I think my distant light. Alright, I got a problem with this distant light because my scene is off center. So we're gonna go, from my perspective view.
Love has its purpose, some search to find.
Okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. Alright, is that sphere.
Love never fails when we adore, and love prevails when love is sure. There's nothing more I'd rather do than stay by your side, to always love you. Our love is true, your sweet virtue, for I was made to always love you.
You know, one thing that I don't, you know how a lot of scenes come with these, they're like light rays? No idea what those are or how to use them. I would like to learn how to use those. They're like sunlight rays or something. They're like these little ray things. You just see them in your scene and it's like, what the heck is that doing there? I have no idea what it is and how to use it, but these little, they're probably the same idea, that they're some kind of light with a point that where it goes, and just never figured out how to use them.
Lying in our bed, I hear you breathing. The clock is ticking quietly while you're sleeping. You roll over.
All right, this is roughly where I want the light coming in.
Arm around me. Love cascades like a river of emotion. I dream of you making love
I don't know which way I'm moving it now.
tonight.
Okay, we're gonna.
You open your eyes, the warmth of your touch makes me realize I love you so much. Hold me, kiss
think that's underwater.
A fountain springs from your love. Love is a delight tonight.
All right.
Like a flower in the sun, our love grows, and we find love where it follows along the winding path.
Let's see what we have here. Now our distant light has no juice. I don't even know if I need it, but
Holding together, our love is forever. Looking in your eyes, I can realize we take flight out of sight. A promise to keep.
yeah, see, I still have a problem here in this scene where my fog is freaking out. All right, so what we're gonna do is, see, now I can take this background, and instead of making it like yellow to change the light, I can make it blue. See, I used it. I made this yellow. I think I'd rather it be like a blue, like. Okay, we're looking for it to be more this way, this kind of blue. Okay, we're gonna go out of this and come back. Hopefully. See these lines, they're all messed up, so we're gonna go out. Let's wait a moment. The stars.
You can hop aboard, go to Venus and Mars, take the fast train, the train from outer space. Needs no energy or a ticket to ride. Love is inside. We can glide on the train from outer space. hop on the train, the fast train from outer space. Take a railway to the Milky Way, destination, space station. Roll on train, the cosmic train from outer space.
Okay, my fog's freaking out again. I wonder if it'll render right, though. You can see the fog is just, it's only going down that far. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's go back to this distant fog.
I can see you in the moonlight. I can feel you holding me tight. Your arms around me, saying I love you. Love so
Okay, let's take this distant light down a little bit.
so true. Visions I have of you and me. You're in all the visions I see. So many dreams.
Yeah, I think that works.
Dreamt of love, and you are what I'm dreaming of. I cherish the thought of time we spent in all the love that you represent. A kiss of love, a warm embrace. I see these visions in your face. Visions I have of you and me. You're in all the visions I see. You are the visions I see.
What have we got here? There we go. It lights up that other bank. It was just too much distortion in here. Okay, and the distant light. Okay. Now this sky could be a little more blue. Doesn't have to be so black.
It's cold outside, the weather's not fine. I need some love in this heart of mine. You are near, I hold you here. The love you give with your warm heart. The love that lives in your warm heart. I can see your love for me. You hold me tight through.
Let's give this a quick render.
At your side, I'm justified. The love you give with your warm heart. The love that lives
What's
in
our
your
render settings look like?
heart.
A lot of fireflies. But I don't use any kind of remover, and if I need to remove, they're going away. If I need to remove them, I do it in Photoshop.
I can say I cherish every day. Loving you is all I wanna do. The love you give with your warm heart. The love that lives in your warm heart. Love you from the start. In your warm heart. Warm,
Looks like an angel or something.
warm heart.
Where are we? We're already at 1,000 iterations. Wow, it's almost done rendering. These little rocks all over everywhere. Got little rocks. Oh, I keep waiting because I want to buy this, but I don't. They don't go on. It hasn't gone on sale. Have you seen these, Ted? Flock of Dragons. I haven't seen them on sale, at least for a while. 16 dragon flocks, different kinds of dragon flocks. I think these are cool. There's a lot of scenes I could have used them in. It's like, oh, mommy, look at the birds. You know, kind of thing. And we got all these dragon flocks. Different patterns and different groups. Got 16 different groups. They're in Iray. I think they're cool. So I think that's going to do it for me. Angus, are you still here? Angus. How are you? Everybody's left me. Oh no. So this is it. This is how we do it. This is our image. Now, I was thinking of possibly moving the camera up enough Just, okay, we're at 2,000, at 3,000, so we can stop this render. Cancel this. This is going to be Placid Stream 4. Save. Oh, that rendered fast because we only did it at... Now I'm seeing, it looks like my Spindly Fog is, there's not much fog here, not a lot of fog, so we're going to go to this surfaces, Spindly Fog, here, 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 surfaces. What happens when we bring that up to 5? What color is the fog? Well, it's the color of my sun because it's shooting through it. If we go with the Spindly Fog 7. Yeah, still have that thing here. I think that's too much fog. Let's go 4. That's good. Okay. Maybe 3. Okay, we'll save this. Now, I think the sky's still a little too purple. Environment. This. Yeah, that's better. I'm not sure what's causing that. Oh, it's probably my light. Because my light is... I made that, and now the mountains have disappeared. The snow-capped mountains. You can't really see them. Not sure how I would fix that. Maybe it doesn't have to be quite as dark. Let's see. Intensity. 1. Seven. Let's go 6. Let's take this Southern Lights, go to surfaces. Let's take this, let's take them down a little bit so they're a little more transparent. Okay, now my distant light. I want that a little less red and a little more yellow. Okay. Okay, that's a little more red now. Okay, I think that works. Where's my cutout?
Be in your grace, in your warm embrace. We can share, we can care. 'Cause love is everywhere. When love is there. Love is a mystery that lovers may find. The answer to its secrets revealed in time. Love is aware. Love is a prayer spoken by lovers when love is there. So smile and be sure our love will endure. Never despair. Our love is there. We can share. We can care. 'Cause love is everywhere when love is there.
Okay, we're gonna leave that. Edit. Object. Unlock. Angus is gone. Oh no!
Love is everywhere when love is there.
What happened to Angus? Okay, I unlocked the distant light, which I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. Unlock the camera.
Give to those who are in need. Lift them up so they can succeed. Lend a helping hand. Show them you understand. We have a responsibility to live our lives in civility. That is what sets us apart. To give with a willing heart. Before you judge, feel if our expectations are real. We should not judge others just to make ourselves feel better. Love is a rarity. Love is charity. Love has only goodness in mind. When love is kind, kind. Love sometimes has a quiet voice. When love is given multiple choice, the path can become obscure and footsteps walk unsure. Choose a road that leads to respect. Don't let anger go unchecked. We all desire unity, so set your love free. Love is a means to an end. Love is being a friend. Love is not blind. When love is kind.
All right, let's I think I'm gonna, I saved it as 4. I was gonna save it as 5, but now it's over. So at least we got the top of the dragons on the boat in.
Keep your shoes by the door, just hoping you'll be here soon. There's a place by the window where the cat likes to lay, next to your chair, where you sit when you stay. It's not much to make you feel at ease. You can lie back and leave all your worries. When you come home, when you come home, I love you. When you come
Okay, I think I like
I
this.
set your clean clothes by the bed. Now you can rest your weary head. The morning will be here in a few hours' time. Enough for you to sleep and unwind. There's a tenderness I feel in your touch. The love you give, it means so much. When you come home, when you come home, I love you. When you come is clear. I feel sincere when you are here. There's no doubt we'll work it out. Stay for a while, show me a smile. Life is easy, we are so free. We compliment a time well spent. Whenever I'm with you, I'm never blue. Whenever I'm with you, my love is true. Whenever I'm with you, the things we do, where is our view? Whenever I'm with you.
There we go.
Never apart, you have my heart.
Okay, let's
You are so fine, a valentine, bright as the sun,
now my boat.
so much fun. Within your grace, I found a place. Through rich and poor, our love is sure. You have the key to unlock the door. Whenever I'm with you, I'm never blue. Whenever I'm with you, my love is true. Whenever I'm with you, the things we do, where is our view? Whenever I'm with you. Whenever I'm with you. Whenever I'm with you.
Okay.
Whenever I'm with you.
All right, so we're gonna go now here and set our frames up to 10,000. Save this again. Let's see what this looks like. All right. Oh, that's my spot render. Yes, it does, Ted. The darkness definitely gives it a very cool look. You nailed it on the darkness part. We wouldn't have gotten that really beautiful reflection there. I have to see if my fog is rendering right. Okay, I don't see any fog lines here. It looks like it's rendering the fog right. There was a line here. Yeah, there's fog down here. My rocks. Okay, I don't see a fog line here like it's cut off, so only really be able to, the fog is, so my fog isn't doing that weird thing that it's doing in Iray. Okay, so this is at 10,000. Where are we at right now? 46. So it's going pretty fast. Let's see, 46, 50. So it's done 50 in a minute and 2 minutes. So 50 in 2 minutes. So it's probably going to take about 20 minutes to get to a couple thousand. Maybe a half an hour. So I'm going to let this render now. Another beautiful piece of art. And thank you very much, Ted. You were instrumental in making this image. In helping. Yeah, your suggestion about making it nighttime was a good one. I had to lighten the sky a little bit so that the mountains would show up. But it's definitely looks like nighttime. And you also added the idea of the northern lights. And I don't think I've used these northern lights before. I've used other ones that are like these little strips. So this northern lights, that means that these northern lights are something to explore, because there were a lot of different patterns. So yeah, we've used two different Terradome, 3 different Terradome. We use Terradome Water and Terradome Land, and we use Terradome Northern Lights. So, you know what? Terradome, Terradome was one of the very first things that I bought with Daz Studio. So I bought Terradome 3 like 5 years ago. So, and with all of the products that have come out, Terradome is still incredibly relevant. It's like when I think about Bryce, I don't know if you remember Bryce or if you used Bryce, but Bryce had this like incredible land, like whatever shaped land you could pretty much just go in and create whatever land you wanted. Well, Terradome is pretty close to. Well, you are very good, Ted. Your manner is very nice, and so don't worry about it. It's very good. You're very good with your. So look at this beautiful grass and the ground and all. So we're looking at this really, really, really up close and all. I'm wondering what. Oh, that might be the end of my fog, because my fog doesn't go up forever. So we got it, Ted. So this is good. This is all good. So we're gonna let this render for probably an hour or so. I'm not gonna leave it overnight. So I'm gonna go and eat. And so you have a good night, Ted, Angus, and Ed. You guys all, you take care, and thank you for being here. And we also had another Habib. So like tonight, a new person tonight. So we all are gonna we're all gonna have fun together, learning stuff. So I have a ton of stuff. I have this thing called thickener, which thickens stuff. So if you have a plane, it turns that plane like into a blanket. Or if you have, thank you, Angus. I most certainly probably will, considering I haven't eaten anything all day today. So I have something called thickener. I also have a thing called materia that we're going to play with. And materia, you can look up materia, but materia is not that old. Just maybe a couple years old. Materia it's like UltraScatter with snow. And so you can scatter snow on all kinds of stuff. And materia comes with a shader. And when you put the shader on in texture shaded mode, it just looks like it made it white. But when you look at that shader in Iray, it's all puffy. It just becomes like that thick. And materia comes with an awesome shader. But so we're going to play around with materia. And there's another one called Abbas with animated textures. And I'll wait a while before I do Abbas because Jay has been doing some stuff on Abbas. And so it was nice of Jay not to come in and start because I've been doing a few tutorials on PARSys. And so and there's also another thing called Flocket, where you can generate flocks of birds. And so and you can generate them in V shapes or in any kind of shape or line or pattern that you want. There's also Flocket is another one that we're going to be working with. So we have a bunch of things left to do. And there's another one that's not PARSys, but it's Fluidos that I've been doing. And so Jay was really nice to go and jump over to Abbas, and that's like the animated textures, which I watched his video today. It was awesome. Gave him a like. So so it was nice of so I'm going to wait on Abbas, and when we do something with Abbas, it's going to be really, really something amazing, because I just want to have all kinds of things animating all at once, and that's going to be and then it'll take probably 3 days to render. So we're gonna take and learn Abbas inside and out. So that's another one. And then there's PARSys, which I don't even really know what PARSys is. All I know is I own it, and it's a massive, massive thing that allows you to do. It's kind of like UltraScatter, I think, but different. And let's see what PARSys does. Let's go here for a moment while it's rendering. There's nothing we can do until that renders anyway. So let's look up PARSys. PARSys. Here it is, a particle scattering. So yeah, this is going to be another fun thing that we're going to do. So this is not on sale. It's $39. I probably paid $10 for it. And so this is, we're going to scatter particles. We can scatter them into word forms or into all kinds of shapes in PARSys. Why did I buy this? Probably the fire. And it's just because of animation. And Jay said something really, really amazing today. And so Jay said that from the WWP, I think, Guru, he said that you can animate VDBs in Abbas. And so that was something that I did not know. And so one of his, it may not be the next tutorial, but he says one of his tutorials coming up, he's going to show how to animate VDBs like smoke and fire and mist and stuff like that in Daz Studio using Abbas and possibly, I don't know, I don't think he'll be using Fluidos, but we'll see. It may be a Fluidos thing that gets passed off to Abbas. I'm not sure, but you can animate VDBs in Abbas. So VDB is like a texture. I'm going to be very, very, because if we can if you can animate VDBs, I'm going to be so amazingly I'm going to be very, 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 very interested in that. So I know you can, but the thing is if you can, like one of my videos, remember the videos a couple back, it was like colorize your VDBs. Well, if you can animate the VDB and well, Abbas is a texture animator. I mean, it animates the colors. So if you put an emissive on the VDB, it makes sense that you can animate the colors right in the VDB. So we shall see. I don't think you can put I believe you can put you can't animate the colors within the VDB, but you can animate the skin of the VDB. So there's all kinds of stuff there involved. So it's going to be very interesting. Now, if we look at this, now it looks like, and this is kind of a trick, but it looks like all of these, like we've got yellow particles and red particles. I think that's because there are two different yes, well, I when I talk about VDBs and like particle fields and things like that, that stuff really, 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 really interests me. So these like these kinds of things here. Now I don't know why my okay, these fields, particle fields and all, they really interest me. And look at this, a million arrows flying through the air. And I believe these are animatable. So this is a particle system for animations and static scenes. So you can animate these particles and move them all around and do stuff with them. These bubbles can actually bubble up from the bottom of this and percolate. So this is, and the fire can move. So these are going to be fun things to do. There's plenty to learn, okay? Daz Studio has been, a black hole because there's just been so many things that it does, and so few teachers, and there still are so few teachers teaching about what this stuff can do. So it's time. And this is also Alvin Bimar. He's also the guy who made Fluidos, and I think he also made UltraScatter, and Yeah, see, and this thickener plugin. Now this physics simulator, here's another one here. We have, now I don't believe, so I don't see UltraScatter here, so I don't think he, but this, this is another one though. The big one is Fluidos. He made Fluidos, this thickener plugin to make things thicker. And then we also have this geometry where you can break things into bunches of pieces, and like shatter glass and things like that. And then we have this physics simulator, and I own this as well, and Physio, and you can do all kinds of stuff with this too. Let's see, the spinning top. You can roll this ball and hit items, break things apart. So shatter glass with the plugin. So this was created with this plugin. It was aided with this. So we go back here, and this where is it? Another thing. So they work together. And this is the one that animates color. This shaders, any surface on stuff, that you can have it moving and changing and morphing into other. So all of your shaders become animated, where they can create keyframes. So so you can animate the colors on things, and the opacity, and all of those things are animatable. So we have a lot of fun stuff. We're going to be learning these things, and eventually I assume this is all leading to where I'm going to learn all of this stuff. Yes, you can make bee swarms, and and we also have a thing called Flockit, and this is made by somebody else. Flockit. Come on. Yeah, so this Flockit poses. Okay, so this is another thing where you can create this. This may be the good bee thing. For you can create different patterns and add those and put these patterns in, and then make an army of ants, or what's the flock part here? I'm not sure what it might be. The bubbles in the champagne glass. I'm not sure. Oh, you take and you can just copy this whole thing, and it sets it around the table. It's a flock of plates and stuff. Candles in patterns, a bunch of cows in the field, horses, and they can have each horse with a different material and pose. That's kind of interesting. So, yeah, the flock of fish, and so each one can have a different pose and material. This is interesting. So all of this, we're going to learn how to use it all, and then AI is going to come in and take all our jobs away. But when AI does take our jobs away, I will gladly give up my job, because AI will be able to do this a lot better than I would. So And so, and that when that happens, that we're going to be seeing this stuff, all of these programs used harmoniously in some massive, massive. We're on the horizon of seeing Daz Studio like come alive, okay? And the ghost in the machine, well, the machine is Daz Studio, and the ghost is going to be AI, and all of this stuff is going to. We'll have AI generating new clothes, new hair. You can tell AI and say, I want a new suit, and it will. What you'll buy is the AI, and the AI will say, I want a new hair, and I want it to look like this, and you show the AI a picture, and the AI will make that hair for you just like that. So that's, or you say, you take an old picture of that somebody painted of somebody with a big beautiful dress, and you just feed that picture into the AI, and they will make you that dress in Daz. So that's what I believe that's quite possible to happen. And hairstyles, you just show them, even if it's not covering their whole head, the AI will kind of know what to do and fill in the parts that are missing. So I have a feeling we're going to have some really amazing stuff coming up, and it's not going to be too far in the future. You'll probably have to pay to rent the AI, and you just feed the photo into the AI and say, I'd like to rent it for 10 minutes while it makes me this hair. And so it's $10 for a minute or something, and I don't know, and then you end up with this massive hair that is one of a kind. So AI is going to be coming in, and so we'll still be artists and everything. We just won't have to work so hard with tedious stuff and humans a lot of times, like, they work for a week on hair and it still comes out lousy. So AI, I think, will be much more successful at doing it, so, and much quicker. So we'll see how this all comes out, but I think AI is a very exciting thing. So, all right, take care. This is going to do it for me. We'll take one more real quick look at our Viking ship here. And where am I? I'm down in. So it looks like the fog is getting finer and finer. So there's our ship. And this is going to be beautiful. So I kind of wish I'd put sub D on the ship, and then these would be round maybe instead of kind of octagonal. But with dexahedron or whatever that is. It's for more than 10 sides, I think. So have a good night, Ted, Angus, and anybody else who's after this broadcast watches till the end. Thank you for watching. I will see you again soon at EZ3DTV. We're going to have some more tutorials and fun stuff. I will be back. So take care, and Ed and our Habib, and we also had John at the beginning. So y'all take care. Thank you for watching. Leave comments. As Habib learns, I answer. If you want dimples, I'll do it. If you want a dark sky, you can ask. And sometimes I'm in the middle of a workflow and I have a vision of something, but I can always save the file and go off on a different tangent and try other things, okay? So that's what we do, is we can just save the file, and if and go back, but it allows me to try different things. So that's what we're doing. Have a good evening. I will see you again soon. Bye-bye for now, and thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging with me and helping me with this scene. Take care. It's Rex Red saying so long for now. Bye-bye.